it is our moral obligation to maintain decency and integrity. The perpetrators will be judged by their deeds, but we will be judged by the way we respond to these horrors. We cannot stay indifferent. Let me quote Elie Wiesel, who at the turn of the new millennium famously said, "Indifference is always the friend of the enemy, for it benefits the aggressor, never his victim, whose pain is magnified when he or she feels forgotten. The political prisoner in his cell, the hungry children, the homeless refugee, not to respond to their plight, not to relieve their solitude by offering them a spark of hope, is to exile them from human memory. And in defying their humanity, we betray our own." It is Russia, supported by the Belarusian regime, that has decided to act outside the parameters and boundaries of international law. And unfortunately, it is the Russian leadership that provokes the growing isolation of the country and the Russian people from the world. The international community has rightly condemned Russia's invasion and called on Moscow to withdraw its forces from Ukraine. The world is not looking away. It is hard to ignore 141 countries assembled in the UN General Assembly asking Mr. Putin to stop this war. We are also sending a strong signal to Minsk not to participate in this cruel endeavor. The war is against the interests of the Russian and Belarusian people and leads only to isolation. We expect the Russian side to honor its international obligations and commitments. Any sustainable political solution must fully respect sovereignty, territorial integrity, and independence of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. The door to diplomacy is still open, and I call on Russia to engage in a meaningful and substantial dialogue to seek a peaceful solution to the current crisis. Mr. President, distinguished ambassadors, Russia's aggression threatens the very existence of OSCE. Its non-compliance with OSCE principes and commitments poses questions not only about the future of the organization, but also about stability of the rules-based order. How effective can we be if one of the major stakeholders has repeatedly justified the use of force to win territorial and political concessions? This logic fundamentally clashes with the norms that we all have agreed to abide by. The OSCE is not a treaty-based international organization, but it is very much embedded in the context of multilateral diplomacy. For almost 50 years, it has been an instrument to advance peaceful cooperation based on comprehensive security. Given the inclusive character of the organization, I still believe that it is the right platform for dialogue and peaceful resolution of conflicts. The OSCE has become more than just a talk shop between East and West. It has a solid work record and a multi-layer outreach. Its presence plays a stabilizing role in diverse regions such as the Western Balkans and Central Asia. In my capacity as the OSCE chair, I will pay visits to Moldova, South Caucasus, as well as the Western Balkans and Central Asia to prove OSCE's engagement with the participating states. This legacy is still relevant in today's world. However, the future of the organization depends on how effectively we will be able to revive cooperation among all participating states. The question is how to reach consensus around the main priorities and how to create a proper modus operandi to fulfill the OSCE mandate. I have to admit that this non-compliance with OSCE's principles is forcing us to put on hold or delay some of the issues important for the daily operation of the organization. Will we be able to achieve progress on regional and protracted conflicts when trust has been shattered? I very much hope so, but it will require acting in good faith on the part of all parties, including Russia. The same applies to the renewed European security dialogue, which the Polish chair initiated in response to growing tensions. Supported by an overwhelming majority of the participating states, it was meant to develop new measures of trust, transparency, and confidence. Unfortunately, despite initial interest, the Russian side has chosen the most destructive path of confronting its concerns, fears, and misgivings. The changing situation on the ground will probably determine the scope and character of the future engagement of a special monitoring mission in Ukraine. Acknowledging the mission's 8 years of operation and its expertise, I will work with the OSCE structures and participating states to utilize its potential in the future. I hope that both the mission-dedicated staff as well as the team of the OSCE project coordinator in Ukraine will be able to continue the important mission. During the Polish chairmanship, we will initiate and actively support efforts to advance the OSCE's goals. We do not want to alter the fundamental premise of the OSCE cooperation based on agreement by all participating states. However, we would like to increase the effectiveness of the organization, provided that there is a broader interest and support for the majority of the stakeholders. The recent events in Ukraine have once again shone a spotlight on the situation of civilian population in conflict-affected areas. We will continue to call on all sides of military conflicts to abide by humanitarian law and to refrain from activities directed against civilian population and infrastructure. The OSCE stands ready to cooperate closely with UN humanitarian agencies to facilitate and provide the necessary assistance. This must also include creating effective evacuation routes for the civilian population. Whenever there are reliable accounts of humanitarian law abuse, we should be ready to react swiftly. Therefore, we welcome the decision of the Permanent Council of March the 3rd to invoke the Moscow mechanism to create a group of independent experts to investigate the reported violation of humanitarian law in the context of the hostilities in Ukraine. Ladies and gentlemen, I am convinced that the OSCE needs strong and effective leadership now more than ever before. The dramatic events in Ukraine have opened our eyes to the need for a renewed commitment to the OSCE principles and commitments. It is true that OSCE may evolve as a result of the current experience. The celebrations of the 50th anniversary of the Helsinki Final Act could turn out to be dedicated to finding a solution for the deep crisis of multilateralism. Peace and security, like freedom and democracy, cannot be taken for granted. We have learned this lesson the hard way. But it is also true that those who choose to embark on a path of military confrontation receive very little in return. Between war and peace, life and destruction, we should always be able to look beyond our narrow, narcissistic instincts. What alternative do we have? Smoldering ashes of Kiev, Kharkiv, and Mariupol, and thousands of innocent lives lost are a stark reminder of the heavy price that we pay for indifference in the face of brute force. It is therefore high time for the international community, for the United Nations, as well as for the OSCE, to reinforce our efforts to restore peace and revert to our principles and values. The integrity of international law and stability of the world order are at stake. Mindful of the immense challenges that we face, let us work together on the most effective ways to save lives and prevent future conflicts. Thank you.
أشكر معالي السيد راو على إحاطته وأعطي الكلمة الآن للسيدة روزماري ديكارلو.
Mr. President, thank you for the invitation to join His Excellency Foreign Minister Rao to brief the Council on UN-OSCE cooperation. The tragic conflict in Ukraine, which over the weekend has further worsened, vividly illustrates the importance of mechanisms to maintain and strengthen European and international peace and security. Born out of the Cold War, the OSCE has been at the center of efforts to bring its unique membership, spanning from Vancouver to Vladivostok, around one overarching goal: to resolve differences peacefully. In line with Chapter 8 of the United Nations Charter, the OSCE works in complement to the UN, including to resolve conflicts in the region. In 1993, the UN and the OSCE established a cooperation framework. Since then, our partnership has grown in scope and substance to help address acute crises and find solutions to common peace and security challenges. Our shared commitment to preventive diplomacy, mediation, peace building, and the Women, Peace, and Security agenda was reaffirmed through the joint declaration between the Secretary General and the chairperson in office in 2019. The coordination and complementarity guiding our efforts translate into action in various ways. We work together in Central Asia, most recently to implement the UN Global Counterterrorism Strategy, in the Western Balkans to advance reconciliation, and in the Caucasus, where the UN co-chairs the Geneva International Discussions on Georgia, along with the OSCE and the EU. Further, the UN has sought to complement the OSCE's leading role to address protracted conflicts regarding Nagorno-Karabakh and Moldova. Regarding Ukraine, and pursuant to Security Council Resolution 2202 on the Minsk agreements, the UN has consistently supported the work of the OSCE, especially the Special Monitoring Mission and the OSCE-led Trilateral Contact Group, while carrying out our humanitarian and human rights mandates on the ground. I wish to pay tribute here to all OSCE staff for their important work accomplished under very challenging circumstances. Mr. President, the war in Ukraine is the most severe test the OSCE and related regional frameworks have faced since their creation. The Russian invasion has shaken the foundations of the European security architecture to its core. As we meet, the bloodshed continues to worsen. Russian forces have now launched deadly airstrikes in the west of Ukraine. Ukrainian cities are under unrelenting shelling and bombardment, with many civilians killed daily. As I said 3 days ago in this very chamber, the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights has received credible reports of Russian forces using cluster munitions, including in populated areas. Indiscriminate attacks, including those using cluster munitions, which are of a nature to strike military objectives and civilians or civilian objects without distinction, are prohibited under international humanitarian law. We are deeply disturbed by reports that Ukrainian municipal officials in Russian-controlled parts of the country have been abducted. There are also reports of civilians, including journalists, being targeted allegedly by Russian forces. Mr. President, we must not allow any questioning of the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. Such questioning would be inconsistent with the United Nations Charter and relevant Security Council and General Assembly resolutions. Amid these dire conditions, the United Nations continues to scale up not only its humanitarian support to the people of Ukraine, but also its engagement with key partners like the OSCE in support of an immediate ceasefire and a lasting diplomatic solution. When the Secretary General addressed this Council on the topic of conflicts in Europe in 2017, he warned that, despite the achievements of the last 70 years, we should not take peace and prosperity in Europe for granted. He cautioned that as serious conflicts persisted in Europe, new threats and risks made it even more pressing for multilateral institutions and regional organizations to address dangerous challenges to the international order. The Secretary General's warnings then were informed in large part by the crises in Georgia in 2008 and in Ukraine in 2014, which demonstrated how real the risks of new outbreaks of conflict were. Today, a devastating war is being waged in a continent that should be equipped to prevent such catastrophes. We are concerned at the dismantling of long-standing confidence-building measures, arms control treaties, and other frameworks that were designed and agreed to sustain regional security. This includes the persistent use of regional mediation mechanisms as tools not to solve conflicts, but to manage them, which only helps ensure that those same conflicts continue. OSCE-led processes supported by the international community are now openly questioned by parties involved in them. Mr. President, it is more important than ever for all parties to recommit to the principles of the Helsinki Final Act, the Charter of Paris, and other landmark agreements that form the bedrock of European security architecture. In this context, we take good note of the efforts by the Polish chairperson in office under Minister Ray's leadership to initiate a renewed OSCE European security dialogue. How the OSCE and other regional actors choose to secure the future of European security cooperation will have an impact beyond Europe. The UN supports all efforts to restore mutual trust and respect among regional stakeholders, which is essential to preserving the continent from new conflict and the world from further instability. We therefore all have a stake in the outcome. Mr. President, for almost 50 years, the United Nations and the OSCE have partnered to promote European peace and stability. The challenges we face today and those potentially ahead demand that we work even more closely together. Thank you.
أشكر السيدة دي كارلو
I
على
thank Ms. Di
إحاطتها
Carlo for her briefing.
وأعطي الكلمة الآن لأعضاء
I now give the
المجلس
floor
الراغبين
to
في
those council
الإبداء
members who
بالبيانات.
wish to make statements.
أعطي الكلمة
I give the
لممثلة
floor
النرويج.
to the representative of Norway.
President, let me start by warmly welcoming Chairperson in Office, Minister Rai, to the Security Council, and thank him for his briefing on behalf of the OSCE. I thank him also for his personal initiatives to reinvigorate the OSCE as a platform for dialogue on issues of European security. Thanks also to USG Di Carlo for her briefing. With an inclusive mandate and participation, the OSCE has a rich toolbox for increasing transparency, building trust, and reducing tensions. Using the organization's full potential to solve the crisis of today is essential, but the necessary political will is also required. President, we commend the OSCE for now turning the focus on its work in Ukraine towards mitigating the growing humanitarian crisis. Good use should be made of the OSCE's Special Monitoring Mission to Ukraine, the SMM's national staff on the ground, the OSCE premises, its fleet of vehicles, and the SMM's long experience as an intermediary facilitating localized ceasefires. The OSCE can also provide valuable competence on border management and human trafficking. And we again reiterate our condemnation of Russia's illegal and unprovoked military aggression against Ukraine. That makes this expertise again necessary in Europe. The Russian aggression is a serious violation of international law and Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. We reiterate our call on the Russian Federation to immediately withdraw its forces from Ukrainian territory and cease all threats and military actions. Russia's warfare in urban and populated areas and the use of heavy explosive weapons is causing terrible long-term harm to civilians. Russia must fulfill its obligation to protect civilians, including children and children infrastructure. We are appalled by the lack of respect for international humanitarian law and the worsening humanitarian crisis across Ukraine, for which Russia alone bears the sole responsibility. Humanitarian actors in Ukraine must be allowed to stay and deliver. In addition, we are concerned about the steadily increasing strain on neighboring countries as people flee the fighting. Nevertheless, let me use this opportunity to commend Poland, the Polish people, and other OSCE neighbors on their response to the humanitarian crisis. The warm welcome and the protection you offer all refugees is a strong symbol of international solidarity. President, while the crisis in Ukraine requires most of our attention currently, Minister Rao has stated that a broad priority for their chairmanship is contributing to finding peaceful solutions also to regional and protracted conflicts. The OSCE continues to support reconciliation and conflict prevention efforts in other parts of the region, such as the South Caucasus, Moldova, and Western Balkans and Central Asia. The field missions, the autonomous institution, and the secretariat are important assets unique to the OSCE that we must continue to recognize and support. Both the UN and the OSCE share a vision. Our common duty is to work to strengthen security at the regional level, to end violent conflict, and ensure that human rights, democracy, rule of law, and gender equality can be enjoyed by all. In closing, especially in this current unstable European climate, let me underline Norway's strong support to the important role of the OSCE in promoting stability, peace, and democracy for more than 1 billion people. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Norway for her statement. I give the floor to the representative of Ghana.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I warmly welcome to the Council His Excellency Mr. Zbigniew Rau, the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Poland and Chairman in Office of the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe. I thank Your Excellency for the briefing on the OSCE and note that Poland has assumed the leadership of this important organization at a time when the security situation and the political military environment in Europe is fast deteriorating. We therefore look forward to the OSCE's continued engagement and your leadership in helping to address the prevailing security challenges in Europe. I also thank USG Rosemary DiCarlo for her briefing and welcome the participation of the representative of Ukraine in this meeting. Mr. President, Ghana takes note of the issues outlined by the OSCE Chairman in Office, in particular the commitment to pay special attention to finding peaceful solutions to the conflicts in the OSCE area, and encourages all efforts in resolving the protracted situations in Bosnia-Herzegovina, Georgia, Kazakhstan, and Nagorno-Karabakh, as well as the alarming situation in Ukraine following the Russian Federation's unjustified aggression against its neighbor. We also look forward to the additional efforts that will be made to respond effectively to the complex challenges of increased fragmentation, terrorism, anti-Semitism, transboundary crimes, and violations of human rights and freedoms that Europe is presently grappling with. Mr. President, against this backdrop, I would like to make the following additional points. First, Ghana welcomes the Polish commitment to uphold the concept of comprehensive and indivisible security based on the Helsinki Final Act and the Charter of Paris for a New Europe, as well as other decisions of the OSCE, which also embody the very principles and purposes of the United Nations. Ensuring security on the European continent today requires of the participating states of the OSCE a renewed commitment to uphold and respect the long-established principles for interstate relations, the principles of sovereignty, political independence, territorial integrity, non-aggression, and the prohibition of the use or threat of the use of force remain the foundational principles upon which national and global aspirations for economic and social development can be built. Any attempts to redefine and renegotiate these bulwarks of stability will not only undermine the European security architecture, but also the rules-based international order and multilateralism. The OSCE must therefore undertake the difficult but necessary task of fostering political role and the recommitment of its member states to the implementation of their international obligations towards the peace, security, and stability of Europe, as well as its wider membership beyond Europe. Persistence in confidence and security building measures among the participating states of the OSCE will therefore have to be sustained. Secondly, the OSCE's role as an important forum for dialogue on the security architecture of Europe needs to be re-emphasized. We believe that the OSCE provides a unique platform for open and good faith discussions among its 57 participating states if the schisms that have been opened up in the contemporary European security are to be addressed. We therefore welcome the ongoing efforts by the OSCE to facilitate dialogue between the Russian Federation and Ukraine. As party to the Trilateral Contact Group responsible for the implementation of the 2015 Minsk Agreement, the OSCE is indispensable in finding and implementing a comprehensive and peaceful settlement of the conflict, which regrettably has assumed a full-scale dimension. We note with regret in this context that the Special Monitoring Mission had to suspend its reporting activities following the evacuation of its international staff members to neighboring countries and remain concerned by cascading security, humanitarian, economic and developmental impacts of the situation in Ukraine. All efforts towards the pacific resolution of this conflict through dialogue and diplomacy must therefore be encouraged and engender the full support of this Council. Thirdly, we welcome the OSCE's efforts to enhance its cooperation with the United Nations. Ghana strongly supports the strengthening of relations between the United Nations and regional and sub-regional organizations in the maintenance of international peace and security. Chapter 8 of the Charter of the United Nations provides that the Security Council, in pursuit of its mandate, can leverage the comparative advantage of regional bodies to promote homegrown and regional approaches to the maintenance of international peace and security. We acknowledge, however, the complexities that such cooperation entails, and it's for this reason that Ghana is working within the Special Committee on the Charter of the Organization to identify gaps and propose guidelines to enhance complementarity between the United Nations and regional organizations. Finally, we note the enhanced engagement of the United Nations and OSCE aimed at finding lasting peace to the prevailing conflicts and growing threats to security in Europe and beyond. We welcome the focus on a human-centered approach, and in that regard, take note of the reinforcing priorities within the economic environment dimensions as well as the human security dimensions. I thank you very much, Mr. President.
I
thank the representative of Ghana for his statement. I give the floor to the representative of the United Kingdom.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Chair in Office Foreign Minister Rao, for your briefing, and Under Secretary General DiCarlo for yours. I would like first to pay tribute to the bravery and dedication of OSCE staff, and in particular to Marina Fanina, a Ukrainian Special Monitoring Mission employee who was killed in the Russian shelling of Kharkiv on the 1st of March while getting medicine for her family. For decades, the OSCE has worked to bring security to Europe. And yet we meet today in the middle of Russia's unprovoked invasion of Ukraine, one OSCE signatory tearing up the rulebook and pursuing war against another. As Foreign Minister Rao said, as if the Geneva Conventions and humanitarian law never existed. President Putin's war violates fundamental principles of both the OSCE and the United Nations: sovereignty, inviolability of borders, respect for territorial integrity, and the peaceful settlement of disputes. This war is a threat to us all, to the systems we have built together to preserve peace. It's a threat, too, to the peace and security of millions of people in Europe, Africa, and Asia who rely on agricultural, energy, and commodity supply chains already profoundly disrupted by Russia's invasion. We recognise the extensive efforts which Foreign Minister Rao described, which the OSCE has made to try and avoid this catastrophe. Russia was offered a chance to raise any security concerns in the OSCE renewed European security dialogue, but said it was not the right time. We now know they were planning war all along. Ukraine and others invoked the OSCE Vienna document risk reduction mechanism to seek transparency from Russia and Belarus and to de-escalate the situation. Russia refused to engage. And of course, the OSCE has worked for years to support implementation of the Minsk agreements. Russia is accused of the gravest war crimes, bombing schools, hospitals and homes, targeting families as they try to run to safety. We welcome action taken under the Moscow mechanism to hold Russia to account. The OSCE fact-finding mission must be given full access so that evidence can be gathered. Finally, Mr. President, I would like to stress that we continue to support the vital role of the OSCE field missions in Central Asia and the Western Balkans, including through its Office for Democratic Institutions and Human Rights. We strongly support OSCE efforts to facilitate a peaceful resolution of the conflicts in Georgia, Moldova and Nagorno-Karabakh. The United Kingdom remains steadfast in our support and appreciation for the work of the OSCE and for Poland's chairmanship at this critical time. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of the United Kingdom for her briefing, for her statement, and I give the floor to the representative of France.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr.
je souhaite la bienvenue
I would like to
parmi
wish
nous
a
à
warm
Monsieur
welcome
Rao.
today to Mr.
Je salue
Rao,
l'action de la
and
Pologne
I
à la
commend
tête de
Poland's
l'OSCE
work at the
dans
head
cette
of the
période où la
OSCE
sécurité en Europe
during this
fait
time
face
when
à une menace
European
d'une
security
extrême
is
gravité.
facing an
La France
extremely
soutient
serious
l'engagement
threat.
sans faille du président Rao
France
au service de l'organisation
commends
et pour la défense
Chairperson
des
Rao's
engagements et des
commitment,
principes sur
unfailing
lesquels elle
commitment
s'est
to the
bâtie
organisation and to
au cours des
defend the
5
commitments and
dernières
principles which has
décennies,
been the bedrock
aujourd'hui bafouée
of
par la
it
Russie.
over the past 5 decades,
Il y a un
today
mois,
trampled upon
ce
by
Conseil
Russia. A month
se
ago, this
réunissait
council
à
met
l'initiative de la
on
Russie
the initiative of
pour
Russia
discuter
to
de
discuss
la mise en œuvre
the
des accords de
implementation
Minsk
of the Minsk agreements
avec la
with the
participation de
participation
représentants
of
de l'OSCE.
representatives of the OSCE.
Lors de cette
During
réunion,
that meeting,
le vice-ministre
the
russe
Russian deputy minister
affirmait
affirmed
que la Russie n'avait
Russia
pas l'intention
did
d'attaquer
not
l'Ukraine
intend to attack
et
Ukraine
appelait à la mise en
and
œuvre des
called
accords
for
de
the
Minsk.
implementation of the Minsk agreements.
Avec mon homologue
Along with
allemande,
my German
nous rendions
counterpart,
compte des efforts de
we
Paris
both
et
gave an
Berlin
account
pour
of Paris
progresser
and Berlin's
dans la mise en
efforts
œuvre de
to
la
make
résolution
progress in
2202.
implementing Resolution
Tous les
2202.
autres membres de ce
All the other
Conseil
members of the
apportaient
Council
leur soutien
lent
à cet
their support
objectif.
to this aim.
En février,
In February,
la présidence polonaise en
the
exercice
Polish
de l'OSCE
chairpersonship in
proposait
office
de
of
mettre
the
en place un
OSCE
dialogue
proposed setting
renouvelé
up a renewed
sur la sécurité
European
européenne
security
afin de répondre
dialogue
notamment aux
in order, in
préoccupations de
particular, to
sécurité
meet
exprimées
the
par la
security
Russie
concerns
au cours des
expressed by
derniers mois.
Russia over recent
Nous
months.
soutenions ces
We
efforts
supported these
et le rôle de
efforts and the role of the
l'OSCE comme
OSCE
principale
as
plateforme
the
de
main
dialogue pour la
platform
sécurité
for
collective en
dialogue
Europe.
for collective security in
Monsieur le
Europe.
Président,
Mr.
la
President,
réalité
there's
est bien
a
différente
harsh
aujourd'hui
and very different reality
et elle est
today.
cruelle.
It is
La Russie a
very
menti.
harsh. Russia has
Elle a
lied.
violé
It
de façon
has
flagrante la
flagrantly
Charte des Nations
violated
Unies
the UN
et les
Charter
textes fondateurs
and
de
the founding
l'OSCE,
text of the
l'acte final
OSCE,
d'Helsinki
the Helsinki
et
Final
la Charte de
Act,
Paris,
and
sur
the
lesquels
Paris
repose la
Charter,
stabilité
which
en Europe.
underpin stability in Europe.
Elle a trahi tous
It
ses
has
engagements
betrayed
en
all of
faveur
its
de la mise en œuvre
commitments
des accords de
to
Minsk,
implement the Minsk
signés par la
agreements
Russie comme par
signed
l'OSCE
by Russia and
et
by the
endossés par une
OSCE
résolution
and
de
endorsed
ce
by
Conseil.
a resolution of this
L'agression
Council.
russe,
The Russian act of
soutenue par la
aggression,
Biélorussie,
supported by
est
Belarus,
dévastatrice pour
is
l'Ukraine
devastating for
et les
Ukraine
Ukrainiens.
and
Mais ses
Ukrainians.
conséquences sont encore
However,
plus vastes.
the impact
Elle
of
menace
it is
aussi
even
le
greater than this.
multilatéralisme et le droit
The aggression
international,
also
ainsi que
threatens
les
multilateralism and
institutions qui en sont les
international
garantes,
law and the
notamment les
institutions
Nations Unies
that are
et
the
l'OSCE.
custodians thereof, in particular
La
the UN and
Russie
the
porte
OSCE.
ainsi directement
Russia is
atteinte aux
thus
intérêts de tous les
directly
États qui
harming
se
the interests
mobilisent
of
dans
all
ces
those
organisations
that are
à la recherche
mobilizing
de
in these
solutions négociées
organizations
face aux
to
crises
find
et aux défis qu'ils
negotiation
rencontrent.
solutions to the crises and challenges
Au
that
vu
they
de l'extrême
encounter.
gravité de la
The
situation, la France
situation is
remercie à
extremely
nouveau la
serious.
présidence polonaise en
Therefore,
exercice
France would thank
à
once
l'OSCE
again
pour sa
the
réactivité.
chairmanship, the
Elle
Polish
demande une
chairmanship
nouvelle
of
fois à
the
la Russie
OSCE for
de
its
cesser
quick response and in
immédiatement les
particular
hostilités en Ukraine, de
swiftly convening
retirer ses
meetings.
troupes
France would
de l'ensemble du
once again
territoire
urge
ukrainien
Russia to
et de
immediately
respecter
cease
le droit
hostilities in Ukraine,
international
to withdraw
humanitaire et
its
les droits
troops
de
from the
l'homme.
entire
Nous
territory of
l'enjoignons
Ukraine
de
to respect
revenir au respect
IHL
des
and
règles de
human rights.
droit
We
qui, aux
enjoin
Nations
it
Unies
to
comme à
once
l'OSCE,
again
permettent
respect
le
the rule of
règlement
law,
pacifique des
which
différends.
both
La
within
France
the UN
réitère
and
son
the
soutien à
OSCE
la mission
enable the
spéciale
peaceful settlement of
d'observation de
differences. We
l'OSCE
reiterate
en
our support
Ukraine
for the
et à son
OSCE Special
personnel,
Monitoring Mission
qu'il
in
s'agisse du
Ukraine and
personnel
its staff,
international ayant
these
subi une
international
évacuation
staff
forcée
who were to be
ou le personnel
forcibly
recruté
evacuated,
localement,
or
dont
locally
certains
recruited
sont encore
staff,
sous les
some of
bombardements.
whom are still
Nous
being
saluons la mémoire de
bombed.
Marina Fenina, employée
Remember
locale
Marina
tuée à
Fenina,
Kharkiv,
a local
victime de
employee
l'agression
killed in
russe.
Kharkiv, a victim of the
Nous
Russian
réaffirmons
aggression.
notre soutien
We
aux
reaffirm
institutions
our
et aux
support
instruments de la dimension
for
humaine de l'OSCE,
the
notamment le
OSCE,
mécanisme de Moscou
human
déclenché
dimension
le 3
instruments,
mars
in particular
et
the
le mécanisme
Moscow
d'établissement des
mechanism,
faits mis en place
tapped into on the
par le
3rd of
Bureau des
March,
institutions
and
démocratiques et des droits de
the
l'homme
ODIHR, the Office of Democratic
aux
Institutions
frontières
and Human
de
Rights,
l'Ukraine.
a
Monsieur le Président,
fact-finding mechanism
l'OSCE
on the borders
doit
of
pouvoir
Ukraine.
continuer de mettre ses
So the
ressources au
OSCE
service du
needs to be able to
règlement des
continue to
conflits
make its
dans l'espace européen en coopération avec les Nations Unies
to the
et
settlement
malgré
of
la
conflict
guerre
in
en Ukraine.
European
La France,
area in
à
cooperation
la
with
fois en
the
sa
UN,
qualité de
and despite the war
coprésidente
in
du
Ukraine,
groupe de
France,
Minsk de
as a
l'OSCE
co-chair of
et
the
de
OSCE
présidente
Minsk
du
Group
Conseil
and
de
president
l'Union
of the
européenne, reste
European
pleinement
Union
mobilisée pour
Council,
contribuer au
remains
dialogue
fully
entre
mobilized to
l'Arménie
contribute
et les
to the dialogue
Azerbaïdjans
between
et à la paix et à la
Armenia and
stabilité dans le
Azerbaijan and to
Sud-Caucase.
peace and stability
Les
in the South
réunions
Caucasus. The
qui se sont tenues
meetings
en
that took
février
place
et
in
en
February
décembre
and in December
ont permis de définir des orientations dans cette direction. Nous appelons la poursuite
guidelines
des
in this
efforts sur les
area could
questions
be
humanitaires
established.
pendantes, notamment les
We
libérations de
call
prisonniers
nonetheless
de
for
guerre
efforts to be made
et autres
on
personnes
pending
détenues, ainsi qu'en
humanitarian
matière
matters,
de
in particular the release
protection
of
du patrimoine
war
et du
prisoners, prisoners
déminage.
of
Nous
war,
notons
and
avec
other
inquiétude
detained persons, as well as
l'accroissement
the area of
des
protection
incidents
of
armés depuis quelques
heritage
jours
and mine
et appelons les
clearance.
parties à tout
We
mettre en
are
œuvre pour
concerned
éviter
by
la
the increase
répétition
in
de
armed
tels incidents.
incidents,
La France
and
réitère
we
son soutien
urge all parties to bring an
indéfectible
end
en faveur de la
to the
souveraineté
repetition of such
et de
incidents. We reiterate
l'intégrité
our
territoriale
unfailing
de la
support for the
Géorgie
sovereignty
et de
and
la
territorial
Moldavie
integrity of
et au
Georgia
rôle
and
de
Moldova,
l'OSCE
and the role
pour
of the
progresser
OSCE to make
dans le
progress
règlement
in the
des
settlement
conflits
of
qui s'y
conflicts
déroulent. Elle
that
salue
are
également
taking
le
place there.
travail
France
concerté de la
also
présidence
welcomes the
polonaise et
concerted
du Bureau
work
des
of the
institutions
Polish
démocratiques et des droits de l'homme
chairmanship
pour
and
maintenir,
ODIHR
malgré les
in
circonstances,
maintaining, despite the
l'essentiel dialogue
circumstances,
avec la société
crucial
civile.
dialogue
Monsieur le
with civil
Président,
society.
nous sommes
Mr. President,
déterminés
we're
à ne
determined
pas laisser la
not
Russie
to
entraîner dans
let
sa chute
Russia
les organisations
take
multilatérales de
multilateral
sécurité
collective
collective.
security organizations down
La
with
France
it.
réaffirme son
France
soutien aux Nations
reaffirms its
Unies,
support to
à
the United Nations, to the
l'OSCE et aux
OSCE,
coopérations que
and
les deux
to the
organisations
cooperation
développent
that the two
pour
organizations are
contribuer
developing
au
to
règlement
contribute
des
to the
crises
settlement
en
of
Europe.
crises in Europe.
Je vous remercie.
Thank you.
أشكر ممثل
I thank
فرنسا
the
على بيانه
representative of
وأعطي
France for
الكلمة
his statement.
لممثل
I give
ألبانيا.
the floor to the representative of Albania.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me thank the OSCE Chairman in Office, Minister Rao, and USG DiCarlo for the information provided. We welcome this timely exchange with OSCE, one of the world's largest regional security organizations, which brings together 57 participating states across 3 continents bound by joint commitments. As an important pillar of the international rules-based order, OSCE plays an essential role in addressing many of the challenges on the Council's agenda. Therefore, the collaboration and partnership between the 2 organizations is key and needs to be strengthened. Albania fully supports the priorities of Polish OSCE chairmanship. We welcome the focus on safeguarding a comprehensive security order by defending the principles of the Helsinki Final Act, the Paris Charter, and the Charter for European Security. These principles are neither negotiable nor subject to revision or reinterpretation. The commitment to human rights, values of freedom and democracy, as well as the support of its institutions, should continue to be an irreplaceable blueprint in the work of the OSCE. We also welcome the work of the OSCE and the United Nations in the framework of Women, Peace and Security Agenda and reconciliation processes in the Western Balkans. There has hardly been a more suitable and urgent time to reaffirm these fundamental principles, which for nearly 5 decades have stood as effective mechanisms to conflict prevention and de-escalation in Europe, until the 24th of February. Dear colleagues, in 2020, soon after Albania assumed the OSCE chairmanship in office, we were confronted with an invisible enemy which threatened the entire world. It went by the name COVID-19 pandemic. We still do not know everything about it, but we do know far too well what it did to humanity, to our way of life, to our countries and economies, and in many ways, to all of us. 2 years later, as Poland started its chairmanship, the OSCE area was confronted with another threat. But this time, everyone knew where it was coming from. We were warned about what was going to happen. And now, 3 weeks into this war, we are left with the uninterrupted onslaught of breaking news on the devastation that Russia is unleashing with rage upon Ukraine and its people. Dear colleagues, for months, huge efforts were made by the international community, including by the Polish chairmanship and yourself, Minister, in seeking a peaceful solution. Every stone was turned, every possibility was used. The reality shows clearly now that these efforts were doomed to fail because the invasion was premeditated. It was a plan to be executed despite everything. It was a war Kremlin wanted. We express our gratitude to Poland, Slovakia, Hungary, Romania, Moldova, the Czech Republic, and probably I'm forgetting, for these incredible efforts that they are making in sheltering thousands of civilians forced to flee the massive bombardments and war atrocities. Dear colleagues, OSCE is a key player for peace and security. It is an important platform to discuss issues related to comprehensive security, equipped with mechanisms as well as confidence and security building measures. It remains as relevant as when it was created. It is clear that the overarching difference between Russia and the existing European security order, based on international law and OSCE principles, is a structural one. While we are served here with all kinds of fantasies that melt like snow under the sun, the real concerns are democratic values and principles of freedom on which the system is based. In this respect, the OSCE comprehensive concept of security connects the dots between domestic repression and external aggression. Democracy, human rights, and rule of law are key aspects for security within and between states. Mr. President, we failed to prevent a pure, unprovoked, and unjustified act of aggression committed by a serial violator of the rules and norms of the international order. We should not fail to make the aggressor pay for it and the crimes committed. Albania supports the initiative to invoke the OSCE Moscow mechanism in order to establish facts of war crimes and crimes against humanity, including due to deliberate and indiscriminate acts against civilians and civilian infrastructure in Ukraine. Its findings, together with those of the Commission of Inquiry established by Human Rights Council, should be presented to relevant accountability mechanisms, as well as national, regional, and international courts or tribunals. The massive sanctions imposed on Russia have ripple effects for the whole world, including for our own countries and citizens. But it is the price to pay so that Russia's actions do not go unchecked and unpunished. We hope that the effects of these unprecedented sanctions will wake up the Russian citizens, to see the reality through the terrible deeds of their army, not through the distorted mirror of propaganda, to understand why the whole world calls Russia an aggressor, to feel for their neighbor that is being savagely destroyed, cities that are becoming graveyards, children that are forcefully leaving their childhood behind because of such insanity. The sooner this happens, the sooner this war and any spillover threats will stop. Let me end, Mr. President, by recalling the 754th meeting of the Security Council on 4 November 1956. History has recorded it as the day when a popular revolt in Hungary was viciously crushed by Soviet tanks, uninvited, of course. I will quote Mr. Sobolev, the representative of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics at that meeting, justifying the action, and I quote, "The Nagy government openly adopted a reactionary and fascist policy aimed at the complete liquidation of the People's Democratic regime in Hungary, at the restoration of the old landowner capitalist system and the establishment of a fascist dictatorship," end of quote. It was about the so-called fascists 65 years ago. It is about the so-called Nazis and denazification now. The same discourse, the same action with their terrible consequences. Ukraine is a critical test for European security, including OSCE. We must refuse a world according to Russia. We must determine the preservation and the enforcement of the rules-based international order. One man has started this war. One man can stop it. Anytime. Thank you.
أشكر ممثل ألبانيا على بيانه وأعطي الكلمة لممثل البرازيل.
I thank the distinguished representative of Albania and now give the floor to Brazil.
Thank you. Mr. President, at the outset, let me thank Minister Howe for his thoughtful remarks. I also thank USG DiCarlo for her briefing. OSCE plays a crucial role in the maintenance of peace and security in Europe. It is one of the key partners of the United Nations in dealing with the many challenges on the Security Council's agenda. However, we need to recognize that at this crucial juncture, the architecture of peace and security, not only in Europe, but worldwide, is facing an unprecedented challenge. The conflict in Ukraine, with its toll of human suffering, forced displacement, humanitarian emergency, and systemic risk, is an extraordinary challenge for United Nations and the OSCE in their joint mission to guarantee peace and security in Europe. The cessation of hostilities must be our most pressing objective. All parties must fully respect international humanitarian law and adopt measures to protect civilians. We call for continual efforts to agree on well-planned humanitarian mechanisms that ensure the safe passage of civilians. Furthermore, we should strive for the immediate, full, safe, and unhindered access of humanitarian personnel for a timely delivery of assistance to those in need. Moreover, the war in Ukraine has momentous implications for the international order, especially the principles enshrined in the UN Charter. In this regard, Brazil calls on all parties to strictly observe the international law, the prohibition of the use of force, the peaceful resolution of disputes, and the principles of sovereignty, territorial integrity, non-intervention, and the protection of human rights shall remain the pillars of our collective security system. We note that the present conflict will also have a significant impact on commodities and energy prices. Such effects could be further worsened by the application of unilateral sanctions. Developing countries stand to bear a disproportionate burden of such negative shocks. There is no alternative to diplomatic talks. The security concerns of all parties must be addressed by meaningful negotiations. We renew our plea for them to engage in dialogue with openness, flexibility, and a sense of urgency to find ways for a lasting peace in Ukraine and in the wider region. The OSCE has a key role to play in supporting international efforts to bring an end to the current hostilities. Moreover, the expertise of the OSCE may be valuable in monitoring a ceasefire that, we hope, will encompass a comprehensive disengagement of troops and military equipment on the ground. Besides the conflict in Ukraine, we also would like to mention the ongoing crisis in Georgia, as well as the dispute between Armenia and Azerbaijan over the region of Nagorno-Karabakh. Regarding the situation in Georgia, we commend the OSCE for its full support to the Geneva International discussions and related incident prevention and response mechanism formats. This dialogue process, co-chaired by the OSCE, UN, and EU, is an important example of UN-OSCE cooperation in conflict resolution. The unresolved conflict over Nagorno-Karabakh remains a challenge to international peace and security in Europe. After the armed conflict of 2020, we are still witnessing renewed outbreaks of clashes between Azeris and Armenians, some of them resulting in casualties, including among civilians. Last week, incidents damaged the main pipeline that brings gas to Nagorno-Karabakh. Such incidents further undermine the needed trust between Armenia and Azerbaijan to renew efforts towards a lasting peace agreement. We support the efforts undertaken by OSCE in order to give impetus to this process. We would also like to express our recognition to OSCE work to advance the women, peace and security agenda. Important issues such as the impunity for sexual and gender-based violence must be tackled. In that regard, we note the openness of the OSCE to involve civil society organizations in conflict resolutions and peace building, as well as to engage women in all stages of peace processes. The maintenance of peace and security in Europe is under unprecedented challenge. Close cooperation between the UN and the OSCE is more needed than ever. I thank you.
أشكر ممثل البرازيل على بيانه وأعطي
I
الكلمة
thank the distinguished
لممثل
representative
الولايات
of Brazil, and I now give the floor to the United States.
Thank you, Mr. President. Undersecretary General DiCarlo, thank you for your briefing today. Foreign Minister Rao, thank you as well for your briefing to the Council. Your engagement with the Council comes at a critical juncture, as many of my colleagues have said, a critical juncture for European and international security following Russia's aggression against Ukraine. You've demonstrated extraordinary leadership at the OSCE during this crisis, and the United States thanks you. The United States was a strong supporter of your attempt to avert this crisis through the launch of a reinvigorated European security dialogue at the OSCE. And we support your efforts to increase the OSCE's ability to respond to the humanitarian crisis through the OSCE's toolbox. We look forward to working with you on these important issues in your capacity as chairman in office. I'd like to begin by expressing our outrage over the death of journalist Brent Renaud, who was killed by Russian forces while covering refugees leaving a checkpoint at Irpin yesterday. According to his colleagues, Mr. Renaud was in the area because he understood the critical role independent media has played in providing objective coverage of Russia's war of choice against Ukraine. His death shows that Russia will go to any extent to silence narratives that challenge its propaganda, and it underscores the importance of upholding the safety of journalists as they undertake their important work. Excuse me. Last year at this meeting, on cooperation, thank you. Last year at this meeting on cooperation between the UN and the OSCE, the United States recalled that we had just passed the 7th anniversary of Russia's invasion and occupation of Crimea and the launch of its aggression in eastern Ukraine. We noted that in those 7 years, the Russian-fueled conflict in eastern Ukraine had killed more than 13,000 people and wounded tens of thousands more. And we warned that Russia's aggression was far from over. It had been less than 3 weeks since Russia launched a major invasion against the rest of Ukraine. During these 3 weeks, Russia unleashed horrific devastation against another UN member state, resulting in the death of thousands and the displacement of over 2.5 million people. Russia must immediately cease all hostilities, withdraw its forces from Ukraine, and take the path of diplomacy, in keeping with the principles of the UN Charter and the Helsinki Final Act. Mr. President, Russia's further invasion of Ukraine is an unprecedented challenge, a challenge to the post-World War II European security order and to cooperation between all of us. Cooperation between the UN and OSCE now remains as essential as ever. Unfortunately, 2 OSCE participating states, the Russian Federation and Belarus, continue to violate the foundational principles of the UN Charter and the Helsinki Final Act. Russia, with Belarus's support, has shown utter contempt for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of other states, as well as for the human rights and fundamental freedoms of its own people. We have seen Russia try to spread disinformation and distract this council from its aggression. But no amount of Russian disinformation can distract from this fact. The Kremlin is waging a brutal, premeditated, unprovoked war of choice against Ukraine. This is a war carried out with the support and the facilitation of the Lukashenko regime. Russia does not want its people to learn the appalling truth about the senseless death and destruction it is causing in Ukraine. This is why the Kremlin has forced domestic and foreign independent media outlets to suspend their operations in Russia or to close permanently. This is why it has blocked access to independent news sites and social networks. The United States reaffirms its strong and unwavering commitment to the OSCE's Special Monitoring Mission, which has been forced to temporarily suspend its work in Ukraine. Despite Russia's efforts to impede its operations, the Special Monitoring Mission's impartial reporting has proved invaluable to the international community's understanding of the security situation on the ground. We join others in expressing our heartfelt condolences for the loss of staff member Marina Finina, who on March 1st was killed by Russia's shelling in Kharkiv while trying to get supplies for her family. The United States was proud to join 44 other countries in launching the OSCE Moscow mechanism to establish an expert mission. The mission will document human rights violations and abuses, breaches of international humanitarian law, and possible war crimes and crimes against humanity committed by Russia's forces in Ukraine's territory. The mission will meticulously compile the facts and create a written report that can be presented to relevant accountability mechanisms. We also welcome the UN Human Rights Council's immediate launch of a commission of inquiry to pursue similar aims. The Commission of Inquiry and the OSCE expert mission will complement one another in bringing the truth to light. Under the OSCE Vienna document, all participating states committed to respond in good faith to the concerns that other states raise regarding unusual military activities as part of our collective efforts to reduce the risk of miscalculation, lower tensions, and build confidence. Russia's blatant and unfounded dismissal of Ukraine's legitimate invocation of the Vienna document, risk reduction mechanism for unusual military activities, illustrated once again Russia's disregard of its international commitments. Belarus's refusal to substantively respond to the Baltic states invoking the Vienna document risk reduction mechanism showed the Lukashenko regime's disregard as well. Mr. President, in addition to Russia's aggression against Ukraine, as others have mentioned, we must also not forget the other important priorities of the OSCE. We must not forget that Russia continues to occupy parts of Georgia. It also maintains its forces in Moldova without host government consent. We welcome the continued commitment of the OSCE to seek a peaceful resolution of the conflict in Georgia, including by co-chairing the Geneva International Discussion. We regret that Russia has not fulfilled its obligation and its commitments under the 2008 ceasefire agreement, including withdrawal of troops to pre-conflict positions. The United States urges all Geneva International Discussion participants to ensure residents of conflict-affected areas are able to visit their relatives, engage in peaceful economic activities, and to move freely without fear of detention or arbitrary punishment, and with access to documentation that will allow them to return to their homes. The United States remains committed to promoting a peaceful, democratic, and prosperous future for the South Caucasus region. As a Minsk Group co-chair, we join others in urging Armenia and Azerbaijan to continue and intensify their diplomatic engagement to find comprehensive solutions to all outstanding issues related to or resulting from the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict. In conclusion, Mr. President, the United States appreciates the long-standing partnership between the UN and the OSCE. UN presentations at OSCE Permanent Council meetings and UN participation in annual OSCE events, as well as the close coordination between OSCE field operations and UN agencies on the ground, have only strengthened this partnership. In the face of Russian aggression, the UN and OSCE must continue working together to advance peace, security, development, and human rights, which will contribute to international peace and stability. Thank you very much.
أشكر ممثل الولايات المتحدة على بيانه.
I thank the representative of the United States for his statement, and I give the floor to Mexico.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much, President.
Agradecemos la información brindada por el ministro de Exteriores de Polonia, Zbigniew Rau, en su calidad de presidente en turno de la Organización para la Seguridad y Cooperación en Europa, OSCE. Agradecemos asimismo la información que nos ha ofrecido la subsecretaria Rosemary Picard. México comparte la prioridad identificada por la presidencia polaca en cuanto a mantener una perspectiva de la seguridad centrada en las personas. En todo conflicto armado, y el que ocurre hoy en Ucrania no es excepción, la población civil suele ser la más afectada. Respaldamos por ello los esfuerzos para hacer prioritario el apoyo a las personas más vulnerables. La situación que impera en Ucrania, como hemos escuchado, es muy crítica y por eso nos resulta preocupante que a más de 2 semanas de iniciado el conflicto, el Consejo de Seguridad no haya podido emitir algún pronunciamiento sobre este quebrantamiento a la paz y la seguridad internacionales. Pero expresar nuestra preocupación por este silencio no basta para corregirlo. Por ello fue necesario invocar la Unión Pro Paz y recurrir a la Asamblea General para que ésta asumiera el papel que el Consejo no fue capaz de cumplir. No obstante, reiteramos
However,
desde
we
aquí
here
nuestro
reiterate our
llamado,
call,
junto al de muchos
alongside
más,
that of many
a
others,
poner fin a las
to bring an end
hostilidades
to the
y a
hostilities
retomar cuanto
and
antes el
to
diálogo
resume as soon
político
as possible
y la vía
political dialogue
diplomática.
and the diplomatic track.
En tanto esto no
Until
suceda,
this happens,
tenemos la
it
obligación
is our
ética y
ethical
moral
and moral
de proteger a la
imperative to
población
protect
civil
the
en la
civilian
medida de lo
population
posible
insofar as is possible,
y garantizar que reciban la
and to
ayuda
guarantee that
humanitaria
they
que
receive
tanto
the
necesitan.
humanitarian aid which they so
Esa
sorely
y no
need.
otra ha sido la intención al
This
presentar
alone
junto con
was our
Francia
intention as we,
un
alongside
proyecto
France,
de
presented
resolución
a
de
draft
carácter
resolution
eminentemente
of an
humanitario.
eminently
Habremos de
humanitarian
insistir al
nature.
respecto
We
y
have every
esperamos
intention of
contar con su
insisting upon
apoyo
this and hope to
y el
count
de la
upon your
comunidad
support and
internacional.
that of the international community.
Señor presidente, la misión de
President,
observación de la OSCE en
the
Ucrania
OSCE's
ha
special monitoring
desempeñado
mission in
una labor
Ukraine has played
fundamental
a
en la
fundamental
elaboración de
role in
informes
drawing up
imparciales
impartial reports
sobre la
on
situación
the
que impera
prevailing
en el
situation
terreno,
on the ground,
así como en la
as
creación
well
de una
as creating a
plataforma para el
platform
intercambio
for the exchange
de
of
información.
information.
Lamentablemente,
Regrettably,
la invasión
the
rusa ha
Russian
vulnerado
invasion
su
has
capacidad de
weakened its
operación.
operating capacity.
Algunas de sus
Some
actividades
of
y
its
de sus
activities
informes
and reports
se han
have been
suspendido
suspended,
justo ahora,
just at the
cuando más se
precise
requiere
moment
contar
when
con información
objective
veraz
and
y
true
objetiva.
information are the most needed.
Asimismo,
In this
reconocemos que
regard,
ante el
we
grave
recognize
deterioro
the
de la
fact that given the
situación
serious
humanitaria,
deterioration of the
el
humanitarian
Consejo Especial Permanente
situation,
de la OSCE
the
haya
Special Standing
solicitado a
Committee
la
of the
Misión
OSCE
Especial de
has
Observación
requested the Special
reorientar
Monitoring Mission to
temporalmente sus
temporarily
funciones
redeploy its
para
work
apoyar
to
las
support the
urgentes tareas
urgent
de
work of
asistencia
humanitarian
humanitaria.
assistance.
Es fundamental
It is fundamental
que esa
that this
misión
special
especial
mission
tenga
have
acceso
full,
pleno y
safe
seguro en el terreno
access on the ground
para poder
to be able
cumplir
to
con su
fulfill its
mandato
mandate
y con las
and carry out
delicadas
the
tareas
delicate
que se le han
tasks
asignado.
assigned to it.
Esperamos que en un futuro
We
no muy
hope that
lejano
in a not too
la OSCE
distant
retome
future, the
también sus
OSCE will
funciones
also resume
en
its
el marco del
functions in the
grupo
context of the
trilateral de
trilateral
contacto,
contact group,
pues es ahí, en el diálogo
because it is there,
político,
through
en donde
political
podrán
dialogue,
surgir
that the
las
options allowing
alternativas
us
que
to
permitan
overcome this
superar
crisis
la
are to be
crisis.
found.
Señor presidente,
President,
desde su fundación,
since its foundation,
la OSCE ha
the
jugado un papel
OSCE has
fundamental
played a fundamental
para
role
fomentar
in
la
fostering
confianza,
trust,
trabajar en la
working on
prevención de
conflict
conflictos
prevention,
y en
and
gestionar
managing
las crisis
crises
a
through
través de la
diplomacy.
diplomacia. La labor de la OSCE ha
The
sido y sigue
OSCE's
siendo
work has been and
central
continues to
en
be
situaciones que
critical
forman
in
parte de los
situations
temas
which are on
de la agenda de
the
la paz
agenda of
y la seguridad
international peace and
internacionales,
security,
tales como
such as
Bosnia-Herzegovina,
Bosnia-Herzegovina,
la región de
the
Kosovo
Kosovo
o
region,
el conflicto
or the
en
Nagorno-Karabakh
Nagorno-Karabaj.
conflict.
Valoramos, pues, y
We
mucho
therefore
su
attach the
trabajo de
greatest value
mediación
to its
y sus
mediation
buenos
work and
oficios a
its good
través del
offices
despliegue de
through the
sus misiones
deployment
de
of its
paz,
peace missions,
su accionar en el
its work
terreno
on the ground,
y las tareas que cumplen
and
sus
the tasks
representantes
that its
especiales.
special representatives
Por ello queremos
carry out.
subrayar
We therefore
que
wish
las
to underscore the
organizaciones
fact that
regionales
regional
y
and sub-regional
subregionales,
organizations,
como es el caso de la
as is the
OSCE,
case of the
están
OSCE,
llamadas a
are called
asumir un
upon to
papel
assume a
decisivo
decisive role
en el
in
cumplimiento de la
implementing
resolución
Resolution
2616 de este
2616
Consejo.
of this Council.
Concluyo,
I
presidente,
conclude,
instando a
President,
este Consejo de
urging
Seguridad
this Security
a fortalecer
Council
la
to step
cooperación
up
con la OSCE
cooperation with the
sobre la base
OSCE
de una
upon the
diplomacia más
basis of a more
preventiva y
preventive
más
and more
efectiva,
effective
que
diplomacy,
incluya labores de
which
mediación
includes the
y que
mediation
abone
work,
a la
which can
solución
foster
pacífica
peaceful
de las
dispute
controversias.
settlement.
Gracias, presidente.
Thank you very much, President.
أشكر ممثل المكسيك على بيانه
I
وأعطي
thank
الكلمة
the distinguished
لممثل
representative of
كينيا.
Mexico for that statement, and I give the floor to Kenya.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thank His Excellency, Mr. Zbigniew Rau, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Poland and Chairperson in Office of the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, for his briefing. I congratulate you, sir, on your assumption to this office and wish you every success as you advance the goals of the OSCE. I also thank USG, Madam Rosemary DiCarlo, for her briefing. Mr. President, this briefing is happening when the foundations of Europe's security order are being shaken to the core by an ongoing devastating armed conflict that reminds us of the age-old European wars. The armed conflict in Ukraine is already extremely costly in all aspects, ranging from loss of life to millions of refugees and internally displaced, destruction of civilian infrastructure, and destabilization of economies across the globe. If not urgently halted, the consequences will be more catastrophic, not only to Ukraine and Europe at large, but also to the entire world, particularly small and fragile economies in the global south. With this and other protracted conflicts and related dynamics, it has become imperative, in our view, to redesign a security architecture for Europe that is more firmly grounded on such fundamental principles as respect for sovereignty, territorial integrity, and political independence of member states, sovereign equality between states, respect of agreements, and the pacific settlement of disputes. We agree with the OSCE chairperson in office that the organization offers a good forum for the region to discuss every aspect related to peace and security. We are confident that it can serve a pivotal role in an inclusive discourse on a new security order for Europe. We commend the OSCE for its preventive diplomacy efforts and its commitment to multilateralism. In this regard, Kenya lauds the close cooperation it has with the United Nations and urge its strengthening in line with Chapter 8 of the UN Charter. Allow me, Mr. President, to briefly comment on some of the current issues of concern in the OSCE region. On the deeply concerning situation in Ukraine, Kenya commends the OSCE for its efforts to execute its mandate in monitoring the implementation of the 2015 Minsk agreements endorsed by this Council in Resolution 2202 of 2015. We continue to call for an immediate pause on humanitarian grounds and to give a chance to diplomacy in the search for a sustainable political solution. On Kosovo, Kenya believes that it is the responsibility of all relevant parties, including the OSCE, as one of Kosovo's largest field operations, to ensure a sustainable environment conducive to Kosovo's long-term peace and stability. On Bosnia and Herzegovina, Kenya continues to urge the authorities to work together to not only ensure full compliance with the General Framework Agreement for Peace, but also to make progress on the 5 objectives and 2 conditions. With regard to the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict, we continue to support the efforts of the OSCE Minsk Group co-chairs in finding a comprehensive and sustainable settlement. In conclusion, Kenya reiterates that genuine dialogue should be the primary option in resolving conflicts. We encourage the OSCE to continue engaging with the Security Council, other regional bodies, international partners, and other actors in the pursuit of the region's peace, security, and stability. I thank you.
أشكر ممثل كينيا على بيانه وأعطي الكلمة لممثل غابون.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you.
Je remercie le ministre Zbigniew Rau, président de l'Organisation pour la sécurité et la coopération en Europe, pour les informations qu'il nous a partagées ce matin. Je remercie également le secrétaire général adjoint, Madame Di Carlo, pour son exposé. Nous avons bien pris note de la lecture du président Rau sur la situation et les projections de l'organisation face aux enjeux et défis qu'elle doit relever pour se dresser à la mesure de sa vocation. Monsieur le Président, Avec ses 57 États membres et partenaires issus de l'Europe, d'Asie, d'Amérique, de l'Afrique, l'OCE a inscrit dans son ADN, selon l'esprit de l'acte final de Helsinki, la coopération comme ressort privilégié pour parvenir à la paix et à la sécurité et pour offrir à ses membres un espace de cohabitation sûr et exempt de conflits armés. Coopérer suppose naturellement d'agir ensemble, se concerter permanemment, en temps de paix comme en temps de guerre, aplanir les divergences, atténuer les tensions et rechercher le règlement des différends en privilégiant les issues pacifiques. Depuis bientôt 50 ans d'existence, l'OCE a dû faire face à de nombreuses crises qui ont, sinon ébranlé ses fondements, du moins questionné ses principes directeurs. Un des questionnements qui se pose avec acuité est de savoir comment traduire les principes convenus à Helsinki dans le contexte sécuritaire actuel. Dans l'appréhension de cette question de fond, s'adosse le rôle de passerelle de l'OCE entre ses membres, qui ne peut se départir d'un fort capital de confiance entre ceux-ci, afin de pouvoir interagir en toute bonne foi dans une perspective de bénéfices mutuels. En tout état de cause, le potentiel de prévention des conflits de l'OCE est interrogé, alors que nous assistons avec inquiétude à la montée du nationalisme en Europe, aux tensions sécessionnistes dans le sud-est de l'Europe, aux crises multiples en Asie centrale ou encore aux nombreuses menaces sécuritaires découlant de la montée du terrorisme. Les nombreux foyers de tension issus du démembrement d'anciens blocs menacent d'effritement plusieurs régions du monde, et en particulier l'Europe continentale. C'est un sujet de préoccupation important, dont non seulement l'OCE, mais encore la communauté internationale dans son ensemble doit résolument anticiper les effets. Les derniers événements marqués par la guerre en Ukraine ou la situation dans le Haut-Karabakh interpelle l'OCE dans sa capacité à jouer son rôle de pont entre l'Est et l'Ouest de son ressort territorial, et dans sa capacité à mettre en branle ses mécanismes de prévention des conflits pour prévenir et régler tout conflit armé dans sa circonscription. Se pencher sur le mandat de l'OCE dans le contexte de la guerre en Ukraine, c'est questionner son rôle sur la résolution de la crise au regard du détricotage manifeste des accords de Minsk. Comment sortir de l'impasse actuelle? Quels sont les leviers crédibles à activer en ce moment pour faire prévaloir la diplomatie dans la situation en Ukraine? Répondre rationnellement à ces questions, c'est prendre la mesure des urgences. C'est se mettre à la dimension des exigences sécuritaires et humanitaires. Monsieur le Président, mon pays n'a pas d'expérience de la guerre et n'a jamais pris part à un conflit armé. C'est peut-être pour cette raison qu'il a toujours préféré le dialogue à la rupture et privilégié les situations politiques et diplomatiques à l'usage de la force. C'est cette idéal qui a motivé notre enthousiasme à prendre place autour de la table de ce Conseil pour pouvoir contribuer à trouver des solutions aux crises qui minent le monde. Nous devons trouver une solution à la crise en Ukraine parce que ses conséquences ont un impact négatif sur le monde entier et sur les valeurs des Nations Unies. C'est le lieu de réitérer notre appel solennel à chacun des membres de ce Conseil et au-delà à chaque membre de la communauté internationale pour que nous nous réapproprions et nous réconcilions avec notre engagement commun d'assurer la paix et la sécurité internationale pour les peuples du monde. C'est à cela que nous sommes engagés en souscrivant à la Charte des Nations Unies. Pour terminer, nous encourageons la coopération entre l'OCE et les Nations Unies et exprimons notre soutien au président de l'OCE dans ses efforts de trouver une issue à la crise ukrainienne. Nous exprimons également notre appréciation pour le rôle remarquable joué, notamment par la Pologne, dans l'accueil des personnes fuyant la guerre en Ukraine. Je vous remercie.
أشكر ممثل الغابون على بيانه وأعطي الكلمة لممثل الصين.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I welcome Foreign Minister Rao of Poland, chairperson in office of OSCE, at this meeting. I have listened carefully to the briefings by Mr. Rao and USG DiCarlo. China has always supported the efforts by the UN and the Security Council on the basis of Chapter 8 of the UN Charter to develop partnership with regional organizations, including OSCE, with a view to effectively addressing challenges in international peace and security. OSCE covers a large area and is fairly rich in its coordination mechanisms. For years, it has done a lot of work in enhancing the mutual trust among member states, preventing and resolving conflicts, and addressing non-traditional security threats. We welcome and are pleased to see the role of OSCE in complementing the international system with the UN at its core. Mr. President, the international situation is undergoing deep challenges and is full of instability and uncertainty. The outbreak of the crisis in Ukraine has further led us to think how to maintain peace and stability in international architecture and focus more on the genuine avenue towards universal security and common development. We must seek new enlightenments and answers from the history of and the current severe challenges facing OSCE. First, we must adhere to the general direction of dialogue and cooperation. Even in the most intensive moment of the Cold War, dialogue and cooperation were possible and necessary. The more frictions, differences, and potential risks there are, the more important and necessary it is to enhance understanding and mutual trust. The world is now in a new era. The path of dialogue and cooperation should become wider and wider rather than narrower and narrower. Differences among states in national interests, social system, and ideology shall not become an obstacle to dialogue, let alone a reason for confrontation. Second, the world is indivisible. Security is indivisible. In the 1975 Helsinki Final Act, the important principle of indivisible security was first established. This principle carries special significance under the current circumstances. Therefore, it should not only be upheld, but all the more should be implemented. The final solution to the crisis in Ukraine is to take seriously and respect the reasonable security concerns of all states and form a balanced, effective, and sustainable European security architecture. Third, the Cold War was over long ago. Cold War mentality based on bloc confrontation should be completely rejected. Sticking to hegemony mentality and provoking bloc confrontation will only bring the world disasters and exacerbate turmoil and division. That is the case in Europe. It is also the case in other regions. This world does not need a new Cold War. This world can live with common growth and progress. All countries must, under the banner of multilateralism, strengthen unity and cooperation and work together for a community of shared future for mankind. Mr. President, China's position on the question of Ukraine is consistent and clear-cut. Recently, President Xi Jinping held a video conference with leaders of France and Germany, where he pointed out that sovereignty and territorial integrity of all states shall be respected, that the purposes and principles of the UN Charter shall be observed, that the reasonable security concerns of all states shall be taken seriously, and that all efforts towards peaceful settlement of crises shall be supported. The four shells, the 4 points, represent the most authoritative position of China on the question of Ukraine. Based on this position, China will strengthen communication and coordination with all the parties concerned and play a constructive role in promoting peace through negotiations. China is deeply concerned about and regrets the developments in Ukraine. A cessation of hostilities is the common aspiration of the international community. Dialogue and negotiation are the only feasible and realistic method. Recently, Russia and Ukraine have held multiple rounds of negotiations and have demonstrated aspiration and willingness to further continue negotiations. The international community must help sustain the positive momentum, actively encourage and support Russian-Ukraine negotiations and create the necessary conditions and environment to that end. The crisis in Ukraine is interwoven with European security and stability. We encourage OSCE to bring into full play its advantages and set up the necessary platform for the negotiation and communication of the parties concerned. We call for maximum restraint. We call for effective guarantee for civilian security and their basic needs. And we call for safe and unimpeded humanitarian corridor so as to prevent the appearance of a humanitarian crisis of a larger scale. China's six-point initiative on the humanitarian situation in Ukraine has won more and more support from other countries. We have also provided humanitarian assistance to Ukraine in kind. We support the United Nations in fully playing its coordinating role in humanitarian assistance to Ukraine, and we are ready to work with other parties in achieving consensus on the Council's response to the humanitarian crisis in Ukraine. We must also note that 3-foot-deep ice doesn't come from one day's cold. The current status in the situation in Ukraine is an outcome of the interaction of complex historical and present factors. To solve a complex issue, calm and rational thinking are all the more needed. Wanton use of sanctions will not only not help solve the issue, but will create new problems. Escalating sanctions has already affected and will continue to affect global finance, energy, food, transportation, supply chain, and other areas, devastating the already fragile world economy caused by the pandemic, thus seriously and adversely affecting people's livelihood, developing countries in particular. We once again call for greater diplomatic efforts by the international community to de-escalate tensions and bring the Ukrainian issue back to the political track. Thank you, Mr. President.
أشكر ممثل الصين على بيانه وأعطي الكلمة لممثلة إيرلندا.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and I'd like to thank Undersecretary General De Carlo also for her briefing this morning. And Minister Rao, I'd like to wish you a very warm welcome to the Council and many thanks for your informative briefing earlier. At the outset, I'd certainly like to express Ireland's admiration and appreciation to the government and people of Poland for your generosity and solidarity to those fleeing the war in Ukraine. We in Ireland are also fully committed to supporting the humanitarian response. Mr. President, the Helsinki Final Act, signed in 1975, laid the foundation for what is now the OSCE. As an inclusive forum where East and West could meet, the OSCE, with its unique concept of comprehensive security, has served the European continent well for almost 50 years. As a founding member of the OSCE, Ireland regards the organisation as a vital instrument for European stability and security. We greatly value the OSCE's work on conflict prevention and resolution, its activities on human rights, and its regional role under the UN Charter. As we now experience another tragic episode in Europe's long and often violent history, the work of the OSCE takes on a renewed significance. The Russian Federation's relentless, unprovoked and unjustified attack on Ukraine casts a dark shadow across our continent as innocent civilians in Ukraine suffer unbearably, and we watch a humanitarian catastrophe unfold. Ireland once again strongly condemns the Russian Federation's invasion of Ukraine, a sovereign and an independent country, and calls on it to uphold its international obligations. The Russian Federation must immediately cease hostilities, unconditionally withdraw its troops from the entire territory of Ukraine, and refrain from using further threats or the use of force of any kind against Ukraine or any other OSCE participating state. We urge it to turn away from war and choose the path of dialogue and diplomacy, not bullets and bombs. Mr. President, Ireland welcomes the priorities for 2022 outlined by the chairperson in office of the OSCE. I want to assure Minister Rao of Ireland's full support in his important role. As Under-Secretary General De Carlo said earlier, the OSCE is a unique organisation extending from Vancouver to Vladivostok. It is the embodiment of a vision for Europe's security architecture, a vision of creating a different relationship for resolving issues between states. Its strength lies in its value as an essential forum for free and open engagement. This is why we welcome in particular the renewed European security dialogue initiated by the chairperson in office, aimed at using the full potential of the OSCE as a platform for dialogue. Since 2014, the Special Monitoring Mission in Ukraine has made a significant difference to the lives of people living along the contact line in eastern Ukraine, away from public limelight. The mission negotiated local ceasefires, enabling repair works on critical civilian infrastructure, giving millions in eastern Ukraine access to fundamental services. It was an indispensable, impartial voice and the eyes and ears of participating states on the ground. Allow me to express our sincere condolences on the death of Marina Fanina, the SMM national member killed by shelling. We commend the OSCE for its evacuation of staff, and we recognise the evacuation as a temporary measure and acknowledge that the mission is working differently right now and is ready to resume its monitoring work. We stress the importance of an OSCE presence on the ground into the future. Mr. President, while the eyes of the world are rightly focused on Ukraine, we are mindful that the institutions and field offices of the OSCE continue to operate throughout the region. Indeed, it's vital that they do so. Ireland continues to support renewed efforts towards a negotiated, comprehensive and sustainable settlement of the conflict between Armenia and Azerbaijan, particularly on the long-term status of Nagorno-Karabakh. We believe the OSCE Minsk Group is the appropriate format through which to achieve this objective. It is essential that both sides meaningfully engage in this effort. Ireland, together with our EU partners, stands ready to contribute to the intensification of negotiations in this format. Ireland strongly supports the Polish Chair's intention to keep conflict prevention and resolution at the top of the OSCE's agenda, including in Georgia and Moldova. Here, too, will the OSCE's work to advance the women, peace and security agenda be critical, particularly for those women who have been forced to flee Ukraine. We also welcome Poland's emphasis on responding to new and emerging threats to regional peace and security, such as violent extremism and attacks in cyberspace, as well as the challenges we may face in a post-COVID environment through effective multilateralism. Ireland recalls that the OSCE plays a unique role in holding all states, all participating states, accountable to OSCE principles and commitments. The inclusion of civil society is essential in this regard. We fully support the OSCE's work on democracy and human rights and reaffirm our steadfast support for the invaluable role played by the OSCE autonomous institutions, in particular the Office of Democratic Institutions and Human Rights, whose work on election monitoring we support without reservation. In conclusion, Mr. President, the OSCE's comprehensive approach to security is as pertinent and relevant as ever. Respect for human rights, the rule of law, and economic and environmental progress are all essential elements for sustaining peace and prosperity. We look forward to working closely with the chairperson in office to ensure strong, complementary partnership between the UN and the OSCE. Thank you, President.
أشكر ممثلة إيرلندا على بيانها وأعطي الكلمة لممثل الهند.
Thank you, Mr. President. At the outset, let me begin by welcoming His Excellency Professor Rao, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Poland. I also thank him for his briefing on the activities of the OSCE and its priorities in his capacity as the OSCE chairperson in office. I also thank USG Rosemary DiCarlo for her briefing. The role of regional and sub-regional organizations in maintenance of international peace and security, as well as their cooperation with the United Nations, is provided in Chapter 8 of the UN Charter. We support active engagement between the UN and OSCE based on the Framework for Cooperation and Coordination signed in 1993. Regional organizations have a critical role to play in addressing challenges to security environment by promoting dialogue between the parties and dissuading external influence. We are of the view that bilateral and regional agreements negotiated between the parties provide a good basis for lasting and peaceful resolution of disputes. The OSCE has attributes that make it the forum of choice in many situations. Of first and foremost importance, the OSCE is an inclusive Euro-Atlantic forum for consultation and joint action. OSCE is a structured dialogue mechanism anchored in the guiding principles of transparency, collective ownership, inclusiveness, and respect for diverging views, is aimed at rebuilding trust in multilateralism amid renewed geopolitical rivalry in the OSCE area. The challenges confronting the OSCE community come from different sources. They include not only challenges to sovereignty, but threats to peace from ethnic tensions and violent separatism within states. The OSCE, as the world's largest security organization, is also addressing some of the toughest transnational threats, such as proliferation of weapons, terrorism, cybersecurity, migration, environmental damage, and drug trafficking. While noting the ongoing global counterterrorism efforts and contribution of OSCE, we would like to take this opportunity to reiterate the importance of this issue. OSCE was among the first regional organizations to strongly condemn the terrorist attack on Indian Parliament in 2001. OSCE needs to take into account such cross-border terrorist attacks and other new and emerging threats. In this context, the 8-point action plan on counterterrorism proposed by India's External Affairs Minister on 11th January 2021 while addressing the Council also merits serious consideration of the OSCE. OSCE has been playing an important role in facilitating implementation of package of measures across both sides of contact line in eastern Ukraine. However, recent developments in Ukraine and consequent deterioration of security situation have altered the functioning of the special monitoring mission. India has been consistent in calling for an immediate end to all hostilities in Ukraine. Our Prime Minister has repeatedly called for an urgent ceasefire and that there is no other path left but of dialogue and diplomacy. The human toll continues to mount and the humanitarian situation has become dire. India undertook intensive and immediate steps to evacuate its nationals. Till date, about 22,500 Indians have returned home safely. We are grateful to all our partners for their support in our evacuation efforts. We call for direct contacts and negotiations with a view to cease hostilities. India has been in touch with both the Russian Federation and Ukraine in this regard and will continue to remain engaged. We continue to underline the need to respect the UN Charter, international law, and the sovereignty and territorial integrity of states. We also support OSCE Minsk Group's continued efforts for a peaceful resolution of the conflict between Armenia and Azerbaijan. India believes that any lasting resolution of the conflict can only be achieved peacefully through diplomatic negotiations, and we call on parties to implement the agreement reached. We note with concern that steps that have been committed have yet to materialize. To conclude, Mr. President, we recognize the significant contribution of OSCE to the promotion of a rules-based international order and strengthening multilateralism. We join all other members of the Council to extend our good wishes to Poland's chairmanship of OSCE. I also take this opportunity to sincerely thank Foreign Minister of Poland for the generosity and help extended to our citizens in their safe return from conflict zones in Ukraine. I thank you, Mr. President.
أشكر ممثل الهند على بيانه وأعطي الكلمة لممثل الاتحاد الروسي.
Благодарю вас, господин
Thank you,
председатель.
Mr. President.
У нас не вызвало удивления выступление действующего председателя ОБСЕ.
By listening to the statement of the chairperson in office of the OSCE.
Мы знали, о чем он будет говорить
what
еще
he
до
would
начала
talk about even before he took the floor.
Но нас удивляет,
We are surprised,
уже не в первый раз.
and this is not the first time.
Тоже было и в пятницу.
And this was the case on Friday in this very chamber.
Выступление заместителя генерального секретаря
The
ООН,
USG's statement of the UN,
которое в своих оценках
that in
вышло
her
далеко за
assessment
рамки
went
беспристрастности,
way beyond the remit of impartiality. We're surprised by her statement,
которое предписывается
which
международным
is
гражданским служащим.
stipulated under her obligations as an international civil servant.
Ее оценки и перепевание фейков
And her
о
pushing forward of
неизбирательной
fakes
бомбардировке гражданских
about
объектов,
the unselective bombing of civilian facilities,
использование кассетных
and the
боеприпасов
use
российскими
of
вооруженными силами,
cluster bombs by Russian armed
со
forces
ссылкой на достоверные
with
источники,
references to reliable sources of
вызывает у
information
нас сомнения, кто сидит за
raises
табличкой.
doubts as to who's sitting around this table.
Высокопоставленный сотрудник
A
секретариата ООН
senior official of
или
the UN
представитель одного
Secretariat
из государств.
or a representative of one of the member states.
ООН на
The
протяжении
UN
последних дней
over recent days has repeatedly
неоднократно обращалась к теме посредничества.
drawn attention to the topic of mediation in conflict.
О каком посредничестве
What
можно
type of
говорить,
mediation
когда
can we talk
вы,
about
очевидно, заняли
when
сторону в этом
you
конфликте?
obviously have picked a side in this conflict?
Зато у заместителя генерального
And the
секретаря не нашлось ни слова,
didn't manage to
чтобы
find any
сообщить о
words to
сегодняшнем ударе
report
вооруженных сил Украины
about the strike by
ракетой
the strike bomb by the Ukrainian armed forces
начиненной кассетными боеприпасами
that
по центру
was
Донецка,
filled with cluster bombs and that struck the heart of Donetsk.
в результате чего
As a
погибло
result of
20
which
и ранено 35
20
мирных
people
жителей.
died and 35 civilians were injured.
Как не нашлось ни слова
And
об этом и у представителей
Also,
западных
the
стран,
representatives of Western
которые
countries
уже
didn't
8 лет
manage to
страдают
mention this
слепотой в
either,
отношении
who for
всего,
8 years
что
have just
происходило
turned a
на
blind
Донбассе,
eye to what's
и в
happening in
каких
Donbass
условиях
and in the
под постоянными
conditions
обстрелами жили
in
там мирные
which
люди.
people are living under constant shelling.
К сожалению, к этому
Unfortunately,
причастна и ОБСЕ,
the OSCE is party to this
которая
too,
заглаживала правду о
that
преступлениях
has just
украинских ВСУ и
ignored
националистов на Донбассе.
the actions of the Ukrainian armed forces and the nationalists in Donbass.
Я хочу спросить
I would
своего
like to
американского
ask my
коллегу, 13
American
тысяч
colleague,
человек,
13,000
погибших, о
people
которых он
have died.
упомянул,
He
погибших на
mentioned that
Донбассе.
figure. They died
Тоже
in
Россия
Donbass.
уже?
That concerns Russia as well.
Вам разве не известно, кто
Do
большая
you
часть
not
этих
know
несчастных?
who are most of these
Большинство
unfortunate
из них
people?
— это люди,
Most of
которые
these are
погибли
people
со стороны ДНР и
who
ЛНР.
died in DPR and LPR.
Мой американский
My
коллега
American
упомянул о
colleague
гибели в
mentioned
Ирпене журналиста Брента Рено,
the death of Brent
якобы от
Reno
рук
in
российских сил.
Irpin, apparently from a Russian shot.
Мы сожалеем о
We
любых погибших
regret
в
any
конфликте.
people who die in a conflict.
Но хотел бы сделать два
But I'd
уточнения.
just like to make two clarifying points.
Во-первых, он не
Firstly,
журналист,
he
это сразу
wasn't
же
a
опровергла
journalist.
сама Нью-Йорк Таймс.
That was something that the New York Times itself stated.
А по интернету
And
гуляет
on the
информация
internet, there's information
о том, что
circulating
основной
that
род его деятельности,
the other part of his actions was not actually journalist activity, it was filmmaking, and that's on open access, that information. Secondly, Irpin is fully controlled by the Ukrainian armed forces and the Ukrainian units. So, given what the colleagues are saying, who survived that, it was them who opened fire on their vehicles. Mr. President, we were under no illusion. We knew that today's meeting would in no way be on cooperation between the UN and the OSCE. The demand for cooperation over recent years has sharply decreased due to attempts by a certain club of states to replace the UN Charter by a rules-based order. The OSCE has become a glaring example of this. This has become particularly noticeable recently when the work of the organization, which even before this paid disproportionate attention to countries to the east of Vienna, de facto boiled down to just one subject. The discussions on this, as far as we can gather, are not so much unprofessional, but in fact hysterical in tone and unacceptable tone has been used. When Mr. Rao, on the 15th of February, visited Moscow, we had substantive talks with him. Back then, he talked about the importance of a proactive, positive approach and the quest for solutions and the rejection of mutual accusations. We supported such an approach.
Высказали убежденность в том, что председательство должно способствовать формированию объединительной повестки дня достижению компромиссов. Для этого важно оставаться в рамках мандата председательства, придерживаться статуса нейтральных подходов, как принято говорить, избегать неконсенсусных формулировок. То, что называется выполнением роли честного брокера. Однако сегодня мы можем констатировать, что польское председательство ОБСЕ свою миссию почти провалило, хотя договорились в середине марта. Уже 5 марта по итогам переговоров с государственным секретарем США господин Рау высказался в том духе, что председательство ОБСЕ будет координировать действия против одного из государств-участников организации. Это вопиющее нарушение Польши мандата действующего председательства ОБСЕ, утвержденного на СМИ в Порту в 2002 году, а также решение Постоянного совета ОБСЕ за номером 485 о публичных заявлениях. Смысл работы действующего председательства заключается именно в том, чтобы разрешать противоречия между государственными участниками, сближать позиции, но никак не в том, чтобы своими ангажированными шагами еще больше разжигать конфронтацию, а тем более возглавлять антироссийскую кампанию в ОБСЕ. Сегодня от господина Рау, а также ряда коллег мы услышали утверждение о том, что России якобы предлагали обсудить озабоченности по вопросам безопасности в ОБСЕ, но она отказалась. Это неправда. Мы не отвергали запущенный польским председательством соответствующий диалог, однако подчеркиваю, что для его успешного проведения нам надо получить ответы от Соединенных Штатов и индивидуальных стран-членов ОБСЕ о том, как они видят на практике реализацию принципа неделимости безопасности. Поскольку мы получили только отписки, причем не от стран, а от Евросоюза и НАТО, к которым мы с этим вопросом не обращались. Мы получили только отписки, причем не от стран, а от Евросоюза и НАТО, к которым мы с этим вопросом не обращались. Говорить о том, что на площадке ОБСЕ запущен какой-то полезный диалог, это пропаганда. По вине наших западных коллег ОБСЕ пока не смогла справиться с решением важнейшей, судьбоносной по сути задачи – достичь единого понимания фундаментального для всей архитектуры европейской безопасности принципа неделимости этой самой безопасности. Этот принцип требует избегать каких-либо действий, которые будут укреплять чью-то безопасность, в ущерб безопасности любой другой страны. Все это закреплено во многих документах ОБСЕ, начиная с 1994 года. когда был принят кодекс поведения в военно-политической сфере. Затем на высшем уровне была одобрена Хартия Европейской безопасности в Стамбуле в 1999 году. В декабре 2010 года на саммите ОБСЕ в Астане этот принцип был в развернутой форме недвусмысленно подтвержден. Вместо этого западным лагерем во главу угла было поставлено право любой страны выбирать себе союзы. А про то, что этого нельзя делать в ущерб безопасности других, наши коллеги предпочитали не вспоминать. А сегодня господин Рау сказал, что Россия требует для себя односторонних гарантий. Детонатором глубокого кризиса европейской безопасности, сложившейся в силу упомянутых мною тенденций, стала ситуация на Украине. Полагаем, что и в этом есть прямая вина ОБСЕ, закрывавшего глаза на все то, что происходило все эти годы не только на Донбассе, но и на самой Украине. Есть в этом и роль польского председательства. Кто мешал действующему председательству, в том числе через своего спецпредставителя в контактной группе, добиваться от украинской стороны полного и последовательного выполнения Минского комплекса мер? Схема действий была абсолютно понятна. Прежде всего, обеспечить прямой диалог Донецк и Луганск, а также непредвзятость наблюдения за ситуацией силами специальной мониторинговой миссии ОБСЕ. От ее руководства требовалось конструктивное рабочее взаимодействие с властями Донецка и Луганска, как предписывает мандат этой миссии, одобренный Постоянным Советом ОБСЕ. Согласно этому мандату, миссия не должна была оставлять без внимания нарушение прав человека и свободы СМИ на всей территории Украины, не пропускать мимо своего внимания очевидные факты, которые говорили о разгуле агрессивного национализма, неонацизма и многочисленные случаи дискриминации русскоязычного населения. Помимо этого, на Украине приобрели массовый и систематический характер нарушения прав человека. Были приняты дискриминационные законы о госязыке, образовании и коренных народах.
with Ukraine. I would like to thank at this point the Undersecretary General Rosemary DiCarlo for her very principled position, for her being a very strong member of the Secretary General's team. And on this occasion, I would like to quote the Secretary General's statement that he made less than an hour ago, and I quote, "Ukraine is on fire. The country is being decimated before the eyes of the world. The impact on civilians is reaching terrifying proportions. Countless innocent people, including women and children, have been killed after being hit by Russian forces. Roads, airports, and schools lie in ruins. According to the WHO, at least 24 health facilities have been destroyed. Hundreds of thousands of people are without water or electricity. With each passing hour, two things are increasingly clear. First, it keeps getting worse. Second, whatever the outcome, this war will have no winners, only losers." Then the Secretary General also wisely said, "Yet there is another dimension of this conflict that gets obscured. This war goes far beyond Ukraine. It is also an assault on the world's most vulnerable people and countries. While war reigns over Ukraine, a sword of Damocles hangs over the global economy, especially the developing world. Even before the conflict, developing countries were struggling to recover from the pandemic, with record inflation, rising interest rates, and looming debt burdens. Their ability to respond has been erased by exponential increases in the cost of financing. Now, their breadbasket, that's Ukraine, is being bombed." End of quote. Dear colleagues, what is happening now is not only about Ukraine's survival. Unlike Putin and his henchmen, Ukraine will survive the Russian invasion. It's about survival of both the UN and the OSCE. And it is about the Putinization of Russia and its gradual returning to the tenets of international law in the post-Putin era. The Putin's regime nears its end. At the same time, it has inflicted such a heavy damage on the Russian society that it would take decades to bring Russia back to at least the level of democracy it achieved in the 90s of the past century. In fact, Moscow required 15 years to cover distance between formal signing of the Helsinki Final Act and conscious choice to be a part of building a new Europe as envisaged in the 1990 Paris Charter. Eventually, Moscow failed. And yet we deem that now the OSCE should play a special role in getting ready to support post-Putin Russia on its future path back to the family of democratic nations under new leadership, with new ambassadors and new representatives. It's not an easy task, but we will not be able to break the vicious circle of violence without restoring respect by Russia of the fundamental principles enshrined in the Helsinki Final Act. I therefore call upon the OSCE Chair and the OSCE autonomous institutions to start considering the modalities of work with post-Putin Russia, as there will be no automatic return to normalcy, neither here in New York nor in the OSCE. And I thank you.
أشكر ممثل أوكرانيا على بيانه. لم يعد هناك أسماء أخرى مدرجة على قائمة المتحدثين. رفعت الجلسة.
The meeting is adjourned.
Remarks of Minister Rao, and then we'll take around 2 or 3 questions from the floor, okay?
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to have briefed the United Nations Security Council in my capacity of a chairman in office of the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe. Both the United Nations and the OSCE work to maintain international peace and security and safeguard the respect for international law, including the basic human rights and fundamental freedoms. This is why they both condemned in the strongest terms the military aggression of Russia on Ukraine, indiscriminate attacks against civilians, shelling hospitals and schools is not only inhuman, it is nothing but a crime under international law. The OSCE Polish chairmanship is now facing a completely different reality than a month ago. The war in Ukraine has dominated its agenda almost completely. Russian aggression shakes the very foundation of the OSCE. We see Russia defy its primary responsibility to act as a guardian of international peace and security, both as a member of OSCE as well as the permanent member of the United Nations Security Council. Instead, it chooses to act as an aggressor. This long-planned military attack, with the participation of another state, Belarus, is unprovoked, unjustified, and illegal. Such a flagrant breach of OSCE principles and commitments poses questions about stability of the rules-based order. Still, we believe OSCE is able to keep the states talking in good times and bad. Poland is convinced it is in the best interest of the organization and its participating states to work on proper modus operandi to fulfill OSCE's mandate. Right now, the primary focus of OSCE work in Ukraine will be to help avert humanitarian crisis and create the conditions for assistance and evacuation. OSCE stands ready to continue its cooperation with the United Nations. We have established close coordination with the UN Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs and the UN High Commissioner for Refugees, International Organization for Migration, and the International Committee of the Red Cross. The OSCE welcomes any genuine effort that contributes to stopping the ongoing hostilities and can lead to finding a sustainable, peaceful solution. With that said, talk must be accompanied by actions. I reiterate the joint call I made with OSCE Secretary General Helga Schmidt on the very first day of the Russian aggression for the immediate cessation of all military activities. We call on Russia to stop the deplorable acts. We call on Russia to stop shelling civilians while attempts of evacuation. We call on Russia to stop shelling and dropping bombs on homes, hospitals, and streets full of innocent people, most of whom are children and women. We call on Russia to honor its international obligations and commitments. Any sustainable political solution must fully respect sovereignty, territorial integrity, and independence of Ukraine within its international recognized borders. Finally, we call on Russia to engage in a meaningful and substantial dialogue to seek a peaceful solution to the current crisis. The door to diplomacy is still open. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Minister Rao. It's Pamela Falk from CBS News. You have accommodated so many refugees. At what point is that a problem for Poland? How many can you take in, and what do you need to do that? Thank you.
Ma'am, I must say that we used to host 1.5 million people before this crisis. So the Ukrainians who visited us and who decided to stay with us were living, working, studying, and learning in Poland. Since the beginning of aggression, we have received 1.6 million Ukrainians. The overwhelming majority of them are in touch with their friends and relatives who already live in Poland. But the Polish government is assisting the spontaneous support of Polish society that is being extended to them. So we have just adopted the Bill of Law that gives all the privileges that we, the Polish citizens, enjoy in respect of healthcare, opportunities to learn and study in Polish schools and Polish universities, also the access to labor market, and also the opportunity to take part in our economic life, for example, by launching their own businesses in Poland. So all that indicates that we are ready to host a considerable number of our Ukrainian neighbors who are in need. But certainly no country can do anything like that on its own. So let me just tell you that when Europe went through the immigration crisis in 2015, the continent as a whole received less than 1 million immigrants. Now in Poland alone, we have already 1.6 million refugees of war. And think about other neighboring countries which accepted a smaller portion, but still a very considerable of this influx. So it's more than obvious that, as I said, there is no country in the world that can handle this kind of humanitarian crisis on its own.
Thank you. Maybe one more question from the Voice of America. Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Minister. I'm Margaret Bashir with the Voice of America. In your national capacity, I'd like to ask you, the United States has expressed objections to Poland transferring its MiG jets to Ukraine. Ukraine is still asking for them. Have you been in touch with your Ukrainian counterpart to try and find a workaround to still deliver these jets? Is this still a possibility?
I'm in touch with our American counterparts, with our NATO and European Union counterparts, and of course with the Ukrainian ones. As far as your question is concerned, I can only say that this kind of decision has to be made by the NATO alliance as a whole, but not one member state, because the impact of this kind of decision is going to affect the alliance as a whole. So there is no one single NATO member who could make this decision for the rest of the alliance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. with you here. Thank you very much, Minister. And
thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Bye-bye.
good morning. How are you? How are you, Stephanie? I got a roll cue. It is widen further. Perfect. Thank you. Philip and Giovanna, despite some optimism heading into the peace talks today, a Russian strike about 10 miles from the Polish border is raising alarms. A Russian strike about 10 miles from the Polish border is raising alarms that this war is only set to widen further. Philip and Giovanna, a Russian strike about 10 miles from the Polish border is raising alarms that this war is only set to widen further.
Hey, Giovanna and Philip. Well, a Russian strike in Ukraine about 10 miles from the Polish border is raising alarms that this war is only set to widen further. The UN says more than 2.8 million refugees have already fled Ukraine since this crisis began, and a senior U.S. official tells us that already staggering number could reach between 8 to 10 million. Reporting live in Washington, Elizabeth Schulze, ABC 7 Eyewitness News. Thanks so much. Have a good one. Yeah, I'm clear. Sorry, just looking at the script.
Docking and EVA, we use attitude control. If we have a dynamic event, we need to desaturate the gyroscopes on board the International Space Station. So it's a team. We work together, and there's not really an operation that you can just separate and go your own way. Because of the interdependency that was designed from the beginning, that's where we are today. You know, looking forward, we do have a number of dynamic events coming up. You'll hear about this 2 spacewalks today. We have a Soyuz launch this Friday, and operations continue to go well in Baikonur, and we're communicating with our Russian colleagues on that operation. We have on March 30th the return of a Soyuz, a return of Anton, Pyotr, and Mark. And I can tell you for sure, Mark is coming home on that Soyuz. We are in communication with our Russian colleagues. There's no fuzz on that. The 3 crew members are coming home. It's Anton, Pyotr, and Mark. And again, we've worked that with no issues. So there's been some discussion about that, but I can tell you we're ready. Our Roscosmos colleagues have confirmed that they're ready to bring the whole crew home, all 3 of them. You know, looking forward, we also have the private astronaut mission, the Axiom 1 mission coming up at the end of March. We have Crew 4 in mid-April, followed by the return of Crew 3. And then looking forward into May, we'll have the Boeing uncrewed launch and docking to the International Space Station. So we're looking forward to that. So I just want to finish before I hand over to Dina and say how proud I am of the International Space Station team across the globe. We work together. We've worked together over 20 years, and we will continue doing that. And it's just an awesome team to have with us. With that, I'll hand over to Dina.
All right. Thank you, Joel. So it is a really busy time, as Joel was trying to describe, here in Increment 66. We've got 7 crew on board, and 4 of them are NASA, 1 is European Space Agency, and 2 are Roscosmos. We've recently had some cargo vehicles. We had a Progress docking, but also we've had a SpaceX and Northrop Grumman vehicle. And in each case, they've brought up all kinds of resupply and research. And so our crew has been very busy doing a lot of research and science on board. And now we're looking ahead to the 2 EVAs this week and next week. These will be the 3rd and 4th EVAs in Expedition 66. The first one was in December. It was a U.S. EVA, and the second one was in January. It was a Russian EVA. And so the EVA that's happening tomorrow is designated US 79. And on this EVA, the crew will go out and assemble some brackets at the base of the 3A solar array. And this is in preparation for a later launch and installation of a rollout solar array. On ISS, we have 8 channels of power on the U.S. segment, and we're upgrading 6 of those with these rollout solar arrays. And so we've installed 2 fully, and we've installed 1 bracket, and we're installing now a 2nd bracket. And over the course of the next year or year and a half or so, we will install all of the different arrays. The new arrays overlay the legacy arrays, and all told, after we upgrade 6 of the 8 channels, as is our plan, we will have increased the power generation from 160 kilowatts to 215 kilowatts. So on that US EVA 79 tomorrow, the crew will also be unbuttoning basically a blanket in order to expose some components for future robotics. And if there's time, they'll be doing a handful of what we call get-ahead tasks. If possible, before another EVA, we can try to fit something in. And so one of the key, I'd say, get-ahead tasks at the very end of the EVA that we're looking towards is an alpha magnetic spectrometer task. It's just a reach in to see if the crew can access an electrical panel underneath that alpha magnetic spectrometer in case we go back to it in the future. So we're just checking some feasibility. And then next week on Wednesday, March 23rd, we'll have the 2nd EVA that the flight control team will tell you about. Just to highlight a couple of the tasks, so they will be installing 2 fluid jumpers. Those were found to be leaking in 2017 in our radiator ammonia cooling system. And so we brought those jumpers home, refurbished them, and sent them back up for the EVA crew to install. They'll be doing that next week. We're also going to be on the European Space Agency, the ESA, and also the Japanese elements of ISS. For ESA, we'll be on the Bartolomeo platform with an electrical jumper, trying to prepare for some payload installations. And for JAXA, we'll be essentially reinstalling a blanket that's come loose. So, I wanted to mention that in between the 2 EVAs is the Soyuz launch that Joel brought up. That's happening on Friday, and that's on March 18th. It'll be bringing 3 Russian crew members and bring our total complement of crew up to 10. And it'll be 10 until March 30th, when, as Joel said, we'll be bringing home the crewmates Pyotr, Anton, and Mark on 65 Soyuz. So they'll undock on the 30th and land in Kazakhstan. Just a few hours later, that will be the launch of the Axiom 1 mission. And this is a private astronaut mission. There'll be 4 private astronauts on a crewed Dragon. And we look forward to welcoming this private astronaut team to ISS. They'll be staying a little over a week, and they'll be doing a lot of science and outreach activities. And then, the types of things they'll be doing include all kinds of like Earth observation and talking to schools. So it'll be an exciting 8 days or so while they're docked. And then in mid-April, around no earlier than April 15th, we're looking at the launch of Crew 4. And so, this was after Axiom has returned. And then a few days later, we'll bring home Crew 3. So they'll have a direct handover. In other words, Crew 3 will be able to give Crew 4 kind of a tour through ISS and make sure everything is well understood, where everything is located, and that kind of thing. And then in May, as Joel mentioned, we'll have the uncrewed vehicle, the Boeing Orbital Flight Test 2. And then in June, we'll have a SpaceX uncrewed cargo vehicle as well. So it's an incredibly busy spring. And I did want to mention that over the course of just a few weeks, we'll have 18 people that will be living on board ISS and working on board ISS, including the crew that's there right now. So again, incredibly busy time. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to the flight control team now to talk about the EVAs.
All right. Hey, good afternoon. I'm Mike Lammers. I'm the lead flight director for ISS EVA 79, the one that we are doing tomorrow. And time of that EVA starting tomorrow will be hatch open at 7:10 Central. Our crew members are Kayla Barron as EV1 and Raja Chari as EV2. This is Kayla's second EVA and Raja's first. Also supporting them will be Tom Marshburn. He's what we call the IV crew member in the airlock, helping them prep. And of course, before we even go outside, there's many hours of preparation, getting the airlock ready, getting the crew through a pre-breathe protocol, getting ready to take the suits down to the environment, the lower pressure environment on Pure O2 that they operate at. And Tom really choreographs that whole thing, and they're often kind of the unsung hero in running an EVA and getting the crew out the door. Additionally, Matthias Maurer is the IV assist crew member, also in the airlock, which is another set of hands. It's really helpful to have two astronauts in the airlock helping the two that are going to go outside get prepped. Mark Vandehei is also supporting the EVA as he can, but he's got a number of payloads that he's doing throughout the day. So we'll continue the research on board even as we're doing an EVA. Also, kind of an interesting note is most of the EVAs run by what we call a ground IV, who sits to the right of me in mission control, working the crew through the procedures. That individual tomorrow is Victor Glover. We also call Ike, who recently came back from the space station and did one of the earlier iterations of this bracket install. So he's been a real valuable asset in getting ready. As Dina mentioned, we've for these rollout solar arrays, we've done 3 brackets. We've installed 2 of the rollout arrays. This is the 4th set of brackets. It's the first one on the starboard side of the vehicle. The previous were on the port. Of course, we got to park the starboard solar array and park the beta gimbal assembly that the crew is going to be working on to do that install. It's a bag of parts. It comes out. It's about 320 pounds. Kayla's going to take that all the way down the truss, and it's a pretty long distance when you look at it. But they'll get out there and they'll start assembling it. Hopefully have that done about 2/3 of the way through the EVA, and then we'll get into some of the get-aheads, such as tying back some of the MLI that Dina mentioned. Again, the team, even though we've done this particular EVA 3 times previously in other parts of the vehicle, we incorporated all the lessons learned from those EVAs, baked them into our procedures. We've also done a couple of simulations with the team. Some of the team members change out. I'm one of them. We do some simulations, and of course we've run this in the neutral buoyancy laboratory up the street to make sure that we don't have any surprises when we do the EVA itself. But again, it's been a real high-quality team, and you know, the spacewalk specialists do an exceptional job. And so with that, one of those people is Sandy Moore to my right, who is done this EVA a few times, but she'll be happy to take you through more of the details.
Sure, thank you, Mike. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sandy Moore, and I am the lead EVA officer, or spacewalk officer, for tomorrow's EVA. Since Mike talked to you about our crew, I'm going to step you through a bit of what our morning will look like tomorrow. So our crew will begin operations around 1:30 or so Houston time. They'll begin setting up the airlock, and then around 4:30 they'll actually begin their in-suit light exercise pre-breathe. This is where they don the suits and begin to breathe pure oxygen in their suits, doing some small exercise to jostle any nitrogen out of their blood. Once that's all complete, Tom and Matthias will move Kayla and Raja from the wall and install their simplified aid for crew rescue and put the crew into the airlock for depress. We do expect to egress around 7:10 local Houston time. And this EVA will look very similar to the one back in September, as we will be installing IROSA prep kit, as you've heard, on the beta gimbal assembly. We'll close out the day by tying back some multi-layer insulation on some critical spares, and I'll step through some specifics of the upcoming animation. U.S. spacewalk number 79 will begin at the Quest airlock. U.S. astronaut Kayla Barron, Navy 1, denoted by the red stripes, will egress first and receive a very large IROSA mod kit strut bag. U.S. astronaut Raja Chari, in the plain white suit, will egress second with a crew-like bag. After quick buddy checks, EV1 will head up to Phase 1 and out to the S4 integrated equipment assembly, pausing momentarily to drop her Fairlead green hook just inboard of the solar alpha rotary joint, and then continue her translation out to the S4 3 alpha integrated equipment assembly, where she will stow the large IROSA mod kit strut bag and prep for the building of the upper triangle of the mod kit. Meanwhile, EV2 will follow EV1 up to Phase 1. EV2 will stop at the starboard CETA cart, where he will temp stow a crew-lock bag of tools and retrieve a foot restraint and a worksite interface extender known as a WIFAC, and then translate outboard, pausing momentarily to drop his Fairlead green hook just inboard of the solar alpha rotary joint. Continuing outboard, EV2 will cross over to the radiator side of the IEA and stow the foot restraint and the worksite interface extender into the worksite interface number 26. EV2 will then set up the foot restraint for optimum IROSA mod kit upper triangle installation, and then translate over to join EV1 to begin assembling the upper triangle. EV1 and EV2 will work together to build the upper triangle. The crew will build the triangular segment loosely, and then will tighten up the structure by driving the bolts to torque. EV2 will then translate over to and ingress the foot restraint. EV1 will reposition for the handoff, and EV1 will hand off the upper triangle to EV2. EV2 will lay back and work to soft dock the segment onto the beta gimbal assembly, and then drive 4 bolts. EV1 will temp stow her PGT with a short socket on a local handrail, while EV2 will egress the foot restraint and bias it to the left-hand side. EV1 will go over to the bag and retrieve the left mid strut and work to pass this off to EV2 for a body restraint tether stow. EV2 will then re-ingress the foot restraint, while EV1 retrieves the long 8-foot lower strut from the bag and hands it to EV2. While EV2 holds the long lower strut, EV1 will reposition to the solar array blanket box, or SOB, for the install of the left lower strut. As a team, the crew will move the strut into position, and EV1 will begin driving this bolt by hand 4 turns. EV2 will then work to align and drive his bolt on the mounting bracket side 2 turns, and then EV1 will work to complete the torque on this bolt by driving with the pistol grip tool to a high torque, and then following with an even higher torque on the torque wrench. Once the bolt is deemed good, EV2 will be given a go to drive his bolt to torque using the pistol grip tool, and this completes our minimum config. EV1 will reposition to the beta gimbal assembly, and EV2 will hand off the telescoping mid-strut for install. EV1 will work to soft dock the side pad onto the BGA, while EV2 holds his clevis bolt side in place. EV1 will start her 4-bolt 2 turns with the pistol grip tool, and then EV2 will drive his clevis bolt to torque on the mounting bracket. EV1 will then complete her 4 bolts with her pistol grip tool, and then EV2 will drive his bolt to torque. EV2 will then egress and reposition the foot restraint to bias it to the right-hand side, the mod kit. The crew will then repeat the handoff sequence. First, the mid-strut for body restraint tether stow, foot restraint ingress, followed by handoff of the very long lower right strut. EV1 will then reposition to the right-hand side of the 3 alpha beta gimbal assembly, and an analogous install strategy will unfold. EV1 will position at the right SOB bearing for lower strut install and drive the lower strut bolt to torque. EV1 will drive his clevis bolts to the mounting bracket. EV1 will then reposition at the BGA, and they will hand off the right telescoping mid-strut following the same install strategy. Once complete, EV1 will translate onto the mid-strut and drive 2 collar bolts to torque to lock out the telescoping mechanism and rigidize the right-hand side. EV2 will then egress the foot restraint and begin to clean up. Once the multi-layer installation, or MLI, is fully closed and wire tied down, EV1 will reposition to repeat the collar bolt and MLI ops on the left-hand side. EV2 will then translate around the integrated equipment assembly and stow the tools back in the bag. He'll then fold it in up to third for ready for translation in later in the EVA. EV2 will then translate back around the IEA to the foot restraint and work to stow the foot restraint and the worksite interface extender on his body restraint tether. EV1, in the meanwhile, will translate over to the non-radiator side of the IEA to take some still imagery of the completed mod kit. EV1 will then translate out to S6 to our battery charge discharge unit. She will begin installing some wire ties on a handrail and prep for restraining the MLI or multi-layer insulation that covers the battery charge discharge unit. Meanwhile, EV2 will translate out to the starboard seat cart to stow the foot restraint and worksite interface extender low profile on the starboard seat cart. EV2 will then retrieve the crew lock bag onto his body restraint tether and head back out to S6 to join EV1. Both crew will work together to open the multi-layer insulation covering the battery charge discharge units. This will allow for robotic access when needed in the future. They'll perform some on-orbit origami, board it to the shape of a triangle, and restrain it out with a wire tie to a local handrail. The crew will then work to brake torque first on H1 followed by H2, and then restrain the other MLI back to open and expose the second battery charge discharge unit, and then work to brake torque and reinstall to a known lower torque on the second battery charge discharge unit. Both crew then will clean up and retrieve the crew lock bag to the BRT or body restraint tether and begin to head inboard for the completion of the EVA. EV2 will lead the way in since he led with second outboard, translate across the IEA, retrieve his fair lead green hook, translate under the MT, and at the CETA handrail bridge, translate nadir down to our airlock. EV1, in the meanwhile, will translate to the S4 IEA, retrieve the folded up mod kit bag, grab her fair lead green hook, translate past the CETA carts, hitting those brake pedals, down the CETA handrail bridge and to the airlock, concluding a very successful U.S. spacewalk number 79.
All right, next up we've got Paul Kanya, our flight director for EVA number 80. Paul.
Thank you. So EVA 80 is going to look a little bit different than EVA 79 that we just talked about. We're actually going to have our crew members at separate locations for the majority of the EVA. In fact, it's actually going to seem like there's two EVAs happening at once at the same time. Our first EVA crew member is actually going to be on the robotic arm for the majority or the entirety of the EVA. Our second crew member will be in free float, traversing many locations in the EVA to accomplish many of the tasks that we have scheduled. Dina did a good job earlier of listing out what those were. Our primary objective is to install jumpers to the radiator beam valve module. This component controls ammonia flow in our external thermal control system to the radiator beams to dissipate heat that is collected during station with all of the equipment on board. As she mentioned, we had a leak several years ago. Those jumpers were flown back. They were removed, flown back to Earth, refurbished, and are now back on station ready for installation. We also have the installation of a new high-definition camera. We will be securing the MLI on the Japanese module to protect some cabling that they have on the nadir side of that, as well as doing the power and data connections on some cables for the Columbus module's Bartolomeo platform that was installed not long ago. Our EVA is scheduled on the 23rd, which is next Wednesday. Out the door time, like 79, will be around 7:15 a.m. Our actual crew members on who will be doing the spacewalk will be announced after the completion of tomorrow's EVA. That will determine also who our IV, our onboard crew members to help with suit and getting ready to go out the door, as well as which crew members will be helping maneuver the robotic arm to the positions that we need the crew into to get the task done. On the ground, we've got Stephanie Wilson, a veteran astronaut who will be our ground IV, talking to the crew through the EVA activities. Alex Kanalakos will be our Capcom for our normal day-to-day conversations with the remainder of the crew. And next to me is Sandy Fletcher, who is our EVA flight controller, and she'll be more than happy now to walk us through our EVA. Sandy?
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Before we get into the video, I would like to thank my team. My EVA task team is Ike Terrio and Mitch Harder. They've been working very hard, as we all have, in order to perfect what is, as Paul mentioned, a very challenging EVA. The video you're about to see has been put together by our virtual reality laboratory here on site, and I hope you enjoy this introduction to our EVA. EV1 with red stripes and EV2 with white stripes egress the crew lock with tool bags. EV2 goes to the forward face of the station, then port to a crew equipment translation aid cart. EV2 stows the tool bag, while EV1 follows the same path. EV1 retrieves a portable foot restraint and installs it in the robotic arm. After EV1 ingresses the foot restraint, the robotic arm operator flies the crew member to the most inboard port radiator beam valve module worksite. Meanwhile, EV2 follows the nadir handrail path and picks up a previously deployed cable reel bag. EV2 deploys the Ethernet cable along the handrails, then translates Zenith to the camera port 8 worksite. The end of the cable is pre-positioned at the camera stanchion base for later in the EVA. EV2 retraces the path back to the crew equipment translation aid cart, drops off the now empty reel bag, and takes a different bag to the U.S. laboratory module. EV2 takes a cable adapter from the tool bag and translates to the starboard end cone of the European Space Agency's Columbus module. EV2 installs the jumper, which passes power and data from Columbus to the Bartolomeo external platform. EV2 goes to the Bartolomeo platform and closes several cable clamps on the Zenith side. This allows future robotic arm operations to install payloads on the platform. EV2 returns to the crew lock bag on the U.S. laboratory module and continues forward and port to the Japanese Space Agency's Kibo module. A section of the thermal blanket has flipped open, and EV2 will close the flap and secure it to handrails with a wire tie. EV2 returns to the bag on the U.S. laboratory module. EV1 installs 2 ammonia line jumpers, which were removed on an earlier EVA because of a small leak. The jumpers were refurbished, leak checked, and reflown. After mating the jumpers' fluid quick disconnects, EV1 will mate 2 electrical connectors, which will provide heater power. After completing the jumper task, the robotic arm operator flies EV1 to the camera port 8 worksite. EV2 meets EV1 at the camera port worksite after retrieving the new wireless access port capable external high-definition camera from the crew lock. The 2 crew members exchange tool bags, after which EV2 takes EV1's tool bag back to the crew equipment translation aid cart and stows it. EV2 retrieves a different tool bag and translates to the Port 4 Integrated Electronics Assembly worksite. Several bolts on the 4 alpha side will be released and retorqued at a lower setting. This will make any future robotics replacement operations of those equipment boxes easier to perform. Then EV2 rejoins EV1 at camera port 8. While EV2 was retorquing the 4 alpha bolts, EV1 replaced the existing external high-definition camera with one that provides improved two-way high data rate communications between external payloads and Earth. To ensure the new wireless access port cable does not interfere with the new camera group's ability to pan and tilt, the crew installs a strap to hold the cable in place. EV2 mates the wireless cable to the Ethernet cable routed earlier in the EVA. After the camera changeout is complete, EV1 is flown to the nadir side of station to the port radiator grapple bar worksite. EV1 installs 2 T-handle tools, which will allow the radiator grapple bar to be used in future EVAs. EV1 is then returned to the forward face of the space station, egresses the robotic arm, and returns the foot restraint to the port cart. While EV1 performs the T-handle tool installation, EV2 translates to a panel on the aft side of the truss. EV2 moves an electrical connector from a non-functional connector to a cable which can provide power. EV2 then picks up tool bags and returns them back to the airlock. After EV2 retrieves another hardware bag from the crew lock, they translate slightly starboard on the forward face and manipulate 3 electrical connectors. Once that is complete, EV2 routes a power cable along the starboard nadir handrail path. EV1 picks up the remaining tool bags and, depending on timing, returns to the crew lock or assists EV2 in routing the cable, zenith, to the pump module. This completes the planned tasks for the radiator beam valve module jumper install EVA. Crew return to the crew lock and ingress.
Thank you again to all of our briefers for those intro remarks. Now we're going to get over to questions. I'm going to start with questions here in the room, and then we're going to go to our phone bridge. A reminder, if you're on the phone bridge and you have a question, press *1 to get added into the queue. If your question's been answered, you can hit *2 to withdraw it. And in the interest of time, please limit it to 1 question so we can try to get to as many as we possibly can. So with that, we'll start off here in the room. We've got Mark Carreau.
Thank you, Mark Carreau, for Aviation Week and Space Technology. I do have one question, and that regards the performance so far of the 2 iROSAs that were installed. And if you can, when do the next 2 launch?
The IROS arrays have been performing without issue, and so we're real happy with the performance. As you know, we had a couple of challenges in the install. We've made those changes for the next set of solar arrays, and but we don't anticipate any issues with that. In fact, I was out at the plant about a month ago, and the new arrays, they look awesome. The next set of solar arrays are coming up on SpaceX 20.
In the fall.
Yeah, in the fall, 26. And so that's, right now we're looking at October, just trying to find a date, October of this year, we'll have the next 2 set of solar arrays coming up. And then we'll have 2 more after that.
All right, thank you, Joel. Now we're going to go over to the phone bridge again. If you're dialed in, *1 to get in the queue to ask a question. I'm going to go down the list, and starting with Gina Sinceri in ABC News. Gina?
Thank you for addressing the big issue, Joel. The second question I have is this. Have you ever had 18 people up there? Is this all going to be at one time? Where's everyone going to sleep?
And so, you know, we've had a number of folks up on board. We have sleeping locations for everyone. And so, for example, the Axiom crew, they'll be sleeping. We'll have some folks in the Dragon. We'll have some folks in one of our crew cabins. We'll also have someone sleeping in the Columbus module. So we have operated with a large number of crew members before. The biggest challenge is making sure our ECLIS system, our life support system, can support. But we've had that support. The teams are ready to go, and we're looking forward to having these crew members on board.
And if I could just clarify that the 18 folks on board are not all there at the same time. So we'll have 7, then 10, then 7, then 11, then I think 7, and it kind of goes back and forth. So.
Thank you, Joel. Thank you, Dina. Next up, we have Kristen Fisher with CNN. Kristen?
Hello. Thank you, everyone, for doing this. I know you're very busy, so appreciate it. Joel, my question is for you. I know you say that nothing has changed in the last 3 weeks, but is there any contingency planning happening behind the scenes in case relations between the U.S. and Russia do deteriorate to the point where this partnership is no longer possible? Thank you.
All right. Thank you. You know, the International Space Station, I'll tell you, has been the flagship model for international cooperation. And as I talked earlier, you know, the interdependency that we have between the U.S. and the Russian segment, that is why we are able to operate and how we're operating to do well. At this time, there's no indication from our Russian partners that they want to do anything different. So we are planning to continue operations as we are today.
All right. Thank you, Joel. Next up, we have Marcia Smith with Space Policy Online. Marcia?
Thanks so much. I guess this is for Joel. I'm wondering, for the March 30th reentry and landing, how many NASA people have to go over to Kazakhstan for Mark Vande Hey's return? And is there anything different about how they're going to be getting over there and getting back, you know, so that they avoid Ukrainian and Russian airspace and the like? And also, do you know if Dmitry Rogozin is planning to be at the landing?
So let's see. I'll try and remember all your questions here. I'm not familiar with Mr. Rogozin's travel plans. So that's probably best answered by Roscosmos. As far as our operations, we continue the plan to pick up Mark Vande Hey with the NASA plane like we've always done. The number of people that go over on the plane, it's a total, we have a contingent of just under 20 people that support the landing. That consists of doctors, human research personnel, consists of personnel from the ISS program, from the astronaut office. Of course, you have the Crew 5, or the G5, the Gulfstream 5 crew. We get some support from Embassy and the Nur Sultan area from the U.S. Embassy there. So in total, it's just around 20 people.
All right. Thank you, Joel. Our next question comes from Bill Harwood with CBS News. Bill?
Yeah, hey, thank you, guys. Bill Harwood, CBS News. For Joel or maybe Dina, I'm not sure which. You know, we were told before launch that Cygnus is going to do a little reboost test in April. But just out of my own ignorance, I mean, given where Cygnus and Dragon's dock, what sort of reboost is possible in theory from U.S. vehicles? And I understand nobody expects it to happen, but can either vehicle desaturate the gyros, for example, given their locations on the station. So in a purely worst-case scenario, could U.S. vehicles do reboost and desat without the Russians, or is that just not possible? Thanks.
So the Cygnus spacecraft is designed to do some reboost, but it needs the Russian thrusters for attitude control during that reboost. So while the Cygnus spacecraft will do the reboost, the Russian thrusters on the Progress will be active in helping control attitude. The thrusters on the Cygnus spacecraft are not powerful enough to go ahead and do attitude control during that reboost.
All right, thank you, Joel. We're going to keep going through the phone bridge. A reminder, though, if you're on social media and you have a question, you can use the hashtag AskNASA. We'll try to get to some of those as well. So next up on the phone bridge, David Curley with the Discovery Channel. David?
Thank you. Joel and team, thank you very much for the details about the 2 walks that are coming up. But Joel, can you address in a bigger picture, I mean, I had a reader ask, did you hear that they're threatening not to allow the astronaut to come home? Just the rhetoric that we hear versus the reality? Sorry to put you in that spot.
The reality is Mark Van der Heij's coming home on March 30th with Anton and Pyotr, period. There's really not much to add on that. We have confirmation from our Russian colleagues. We hold a readiness review for each of these major events. We had a readiness review with all the participants of the international partners, and everybody confirmed that the 3 people coming home will be Anton, Pyotr, and Mark.
All right, thank you, Joel. Next up, we have Joey Roulette. I think you're freelance right now. Joey?
Yeah, thanks for taking my question. Question for Joel. Have you or any of your NASA colleagues talked to the White House recently about the crew seat exchange agreement or the ISS 2030 agreement with the Russians? And if so, how did those talks go? And is Anna Kikina still training for a Crew Dragon mission? I guess, to phrase that another way, is the crew seat swap agreement still kind of active right now? Or are you still planning or expecting that to happen? Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Joey. So at this time, we still plan to work the crew swap. And so we still have scheduled training for cosmonauts to come to Houston and Hawthorne, and our team to go over to Star City and train for the Soyuz. As far as interactions with the White House, they're aware that we're continuing these operations. We get questions from time to time, and we answer them. But today, we're continuing to work those agreements.
All right, thank you. Next up on the phone bridge, we have Assam Ahmed from AFP. Assam?
Hi, thanks for doing this. The first question is, does the U.S. currently have capacity to keep the ISS in orbit independently if it has to? I know we're talking about capacities being worked on in the future, but is that a current capacity? And the second question is, given current tensions, is the U.S. government taking any steps to ensure the safe return, not just of Mark Van der Heij to Kazakhstan, but to the United States? Thank you.
Let's see, on the second question there, we plan to bring Mark back to the United States on the NASA, the Gulfstream 5, like we've done other astronauts, and we're following that same process. The first one, as I discussed earlier, because we're interdependent across the segments, there is no capability. We both need each other to operate the International Space Station.
All right, next up, we have Jeff Faust with Space News. Jeff?
Good afternoon. Question for Joel or for Paul. I'm just curious on the rationale for waiting until after this week's EVA before selecting the crew for the next EVA next week. Is it a crew training, crew rest sort of issue, or what other factors go into that? Thanks.
Want to take? Are you on?
Sure. It's the idea of the astronaut office and who they select for the actual mission will be determined based on the outcome of the spacewalk. There are a lot of physical implications that could happen based on the crew member's performance, and based on the results of the EVA and different activities that have to be worked through, or issues with the suits or anything like that, will determine who can actually go out the door on the following EVA. So a lot of little variables that we'll take a look at, and Our team, along with the astronaut office, will make a determination after tomorrow's EVA on which crew members will be the ones to go out.
And we'll be sure to let everybody know on our social media channels on nasa.gov as soon as we have those names. Thanks, Paul. Okay, our last one on the phone bridge for now, Tom Clark, Sky News UK. Tom?
Hi there. Yeah, thanks very much for taking my question. Can you give me any sense of what morale is like between astronauts from NASA and ESA and their cosmonaut colleagues up there? They must have heard some of that quite dangerous rhetoric that we've got down here on Earth. And is there a concern that any impact on morale could affect the safety of the EVAs and this forthcoming busy period that you're describing?
You know, you've heard this before, but you know, when you're in space, there's no borders. You don't see country lines or state lines. So the teams continue to work together. Are they aware of what's going on Earth? Absolutely. But the teams are professional. The astronauts and cosmonauts are some of the most professional groups you'll ever see. They continue to operate well. They continue to operate, you know, above all this work. And there's really no tensions with the team. This is what they've been trained to do, a job, and they're up there doing that job.
All right, thank you, Joel. Switching over to social media real quick, I do have one for our EVA 80 team. So Paul or Sandy, Raphael wanted to know the installation of a couple of T-handles on the P1 truss grapple frame. What's the purpose of doing this mod? Why are we putting those handles on?
That is a very good question. They were originally installed for launch. There's a set of 4 that go onto that grapple bar. There was some concern prior to launch that they could not handle the launch loads, so those were taken off and flown separately. On the port side, which is the one we'll be working on, 2 have already been installed, and we need the robotic arm to reach the other 2. The grapple bars themselves can use the robotic arm to attach to the radiators once they're folded back up, and we can move the radiators using the robotic arm. But they do need to have these T-handles in place in order for the grapple bar to be able to affix itself to the structure.
All right, thank you, Sandy. And unless I have another one here in the room, nope. All right, I think that's going to do it for our questions today then. So everybody, thanks for dialing in, and thank you for your questions. Thanks again to my briefers for going through these spacewalks. A reminder, the first one's coming up tomorrow on March 15th. Our coverage on NASA TV is going to start at 6:30 a.m. Eastern. Again, that spacewalk starting a little bit after 8 a.m. Eastern. So be sure to tune in. Continue to follow along all the action on NASA TV, on our app, across our social media, and on nasa.gov as we continue to work on board the International Space Station. Thanks, everybody from the Johnson Space Center for joining us today, and that'll do it. Enjoy the rest of your week.
One, two. One, two.
1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2.
To be on the side of hardworking Californians by suspending the state gas tax in its entirety. This will save Californians 50 cents a gallon immediately. Now, that's not going to bring prices down to reasonable levels by any stretch of the imagination, but it will help. It will make a real difference for millions of people. I also want to say a word about the governor's so-called rebate idea. We have within our grasp a lever that will provide immediate, simple, meaningful relief for millions of Californians by suspending the state gas tax. There is no need for some complicated new rebate program that offers a vague promise of a check in the mail to some people at some future date in some amount after it wends its way through the same bureaucracy that has so spectacularly failed to deliver unemployment checks for the last 2 years. So today, we are going to be initiating a vote on the floor of the Assembly, where every member of the legislature will have an opportunity to vote in favor of my bill to suspend the state gas tax. The reason we're doing this on the floor today is that the majority has refused to even assign this bill to committee. So they've left us no choice but to initiate a floor vote on this bill, which has an urgency clause attached, so it will go into effect immediately. And to be very clear, every member of the legislature, our caucus here is going to be united, led by Assembly Republican leader James Gallagher. We are very hopeful that our Democrat colleagues will join us. But any member of the Assembly who votes no or who abstains from the vote on the motion is voting for $6 per gallon gasoline, is voting against giving California taxpayers a break that they very much need. So we're very hopeful that we will get the result that we need today, and thank everyone very much for being here.
Oh, go ahead. We're going to go to Assembly Bill first. Go ahead.
It doesn't have to be this way. While California is flush with the surplus, California families are struggling. You shouldn't have to make life decisions at the pump. And that's exactly what people are doing. They're at the pump watching the gas meter go up, and they're thinking, well, I guess I'll just cut my energy. I'll pay half my energy bill this month, or I'll cut my grocery budget, or even worse, we'll just stretch the baby's formula. California families need reprieve, and they need reprieve now. We can do this. With the surplus that we have, we can backfill projects in transportation, which is why we have this additional tax for infrastructure in California, and we can give families reprieve. It's something that I hope that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle will take seriously. Californians need you to put partisanship aside, and they need you to help them at the pump today. Thank you. State your name. Assemblywoman Suzette Valadares.
Gas prices in California are too damn high. Good morning, I'm Senator Brian Jones, and I represent a significant portion of San Diego County. And over this last weekend, I saw prices in San Diego range from $5.99 a gallon to $6.69 a gallon. That is record-setting prices in San Diego that we have never seen. And as been stated before, the state has the money in the surplus to backfill the gas tax and eliminate the entire 51-cent gas tax and the entire $1 fees that Californians are currently paying per gallon of gas. I put out on social media a couple weeks ago on my social media accounts, SEN Brian Jones, a quick video talking about using the $68 billion surplus to backfill this $1. And within several hours, it had 22,000 views. Californians know they're paying too much for gasoline in California, and they know that the California government in Sacramento, led by the governor and our Democratic colleagues, are the reason why they're paying too much for gasoline right now. There's two things we could do immediately to lower the price of gasoline. One, eliminate the 51 cents per gallon as the Assembly bill proposes, or the $1 total fees that we pay by using the budget surplus to backfill that. And the second thing we can do in California is begin immediately extracting and refining California oil to start preventing and stopping the exports coming into California from Ecuador, Saudi Arabia, and Russia. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Senator Scott Wilk, Senate Republican leader. And we need relief now. I have a district where I have over 200,000 super commuters. They're either coming from the Antelope Valley, Lancaster, Palmdale, driving to LA, which they call down below, or in the high desert in the Victor Valley, where they drive into the Inland Empires for their jobs. So this is really a holistic problem, because people have to live there because they can't afford to live in more urban areas, and then we're penalizing them for making the choices that they've made. Anybody who watched the State of the State address could see that he just slipped in the little quote about tax relief for gas. Obviously, they've not even thought about it. And if you look at his record, when it comes to that, he makes everything way more complicated than it ought to be, right? So when we were dealing with COVID, he had different colors. You know, it was magenta, it was turquoise. I couldn't keep up with it. All it had to be was red, yellow, green. Very simple. Couldn't do it. Vaccines. All he had to say, if you need a vaccine, come and get the vaccine. He didn't. He had some convoluted plan. And with that, the federal government started redirecting vaccines to other states because we weren't hitting our quota. So now he's got a rebate. He doesn't even know what it is. It's probably going to be some complicated formula that may elicit fraud, but more importantly, is not going to get to the people who need it now. So this is a simple proposal. I encourage all of our colleagues to come aboard and do this, and let's make this happen for California's motorists. Thank you. Well, you should, because you're the...
All right, well, thank you all for coming. Again, this is a very simple measure. Just talked to a gentleman as I got out here at the gas station today who said, 50 cents, please. That would help me so much. And you're seeing Californians across this state that are getting crushed by this gas price right now. We can do something about it. And we're just saying, you know what? This is something we should do right now, and let's do some more, right? But right now, this is something we can do immediately that will give people immediate relief. And, hey, Governor, yeah, sure, let's talk about giving the taxpayers back some more of their money in these high-cost times. All right, thank you. We'd be happy to answer any questions that people have.
What's your response to legislative leadership on the Democratic side to say that this gas tax is important for jobs, for roads, for so many what they say are necessities for California that could be taken away by spending?
I say I agree with you. It is important for those jobs, and we want to keep those jobs going. That's why we have a $65 billion surplus that we can backfill that money and ensure that those road projects and infrastructure projects continue to move forward. It's not an either-or choice. I mean, that's just a ridiculous assertion. We're saying we can give people relief on the gas tax and ensure that those projects continue to move forward, and those people are working out there building up our roads and our infrastructure in this state.
Let me just add one thing to that. Actually, in California, we pay the highest gas taxes while driving over the deepest potholes. And so there's been plenty of money out there. It hasn't actually been going towards the sort of road improvements that we need. Our caucuses have had road funding plans that would actually put more money towards roads, would have resulted in greater improvements to our infrastructure than anything that exists in law right now. It has been rejected. Instead, we've only continued to increase gas taxes while getting less and less in return.
Any other questions?
More oil here. We were told that there are 632 approved permits over the last year, but only about half of those 300 are currently active. So what is your response to the oil producers that are not acting on the other half of the approved permits?
Well, look, I mean, we think that we should be energy independent in California, and why not create our own energy here in California and be less dependent on places like Russia and Venezuela that have a way worse environmental record and not to mention way worse human rights record. But we continue to do that. That's the policy of Gavin Newsom and the Democrats right now, not to allow, domestic production of energy that we can do cleanly, that we do according to our rules to ensure it's safe. But instead, we're just turning a blind eye. And I guess expecting the consumers to go buy a Tesla to get through these tough times. That's not an approach. That's not an approach that works for everyday Californians.
Sure, and there's a couple of points to that. One, WSPA, Western States Petroleum Association, is reporting that right now, on the governor's desk in his department, CalGEM, that there's 1,000 permits that are environmentally ready to go that they haven't signed off on, and of the ones they have signed off on, once they're approved, it does take some time to get them going. WSPA might have some better information on that. The bottom line for California extraction and production on oil refining, California does it better than anywhere else in the world. Not just in the country, but in the world. We have the cleanest extraction, we have the cleanest refining, we have the cleanest transportation. And currently we're bringing in millions of barrels of oil a day into our ports from countries that don't have the same environmental protections or worker safety protections that California does. So one of the solutions, as it has been mentioned, is to start extracting and refining California oil. The producers want to do it, and they need some more cooperation from the governor and his administration to get more of those permits approved and more of them operating.
And I'll just add that we probably need a little bit of a fact-finding mission here, because it's my understanding that not a single new permit has been approved by CalGEM in the past year, and that's a big concern. We can be adding 100,000 barrels a day of native production. And I'll just say that our native production is cleaner, and it aligns with our values here in California, and it's something we should be really considering doing.
Other questions?
What are you expecting to happen on the floor?
Well, we know what we're going to do. We're going to bring the bill forward. We're going to make a motion that allows us to be fast-tracked. And by the way, today the legislature is fast-tracking something. They're fast-tracking a fix for the UC Berkeley housing problem that's going to deprive 3,000 kids of being able to be admitted to one of our premier universities in the state. We're fast-tracking that bill, as we should, because that's an urgent issue. But this is an urgent issue also, to make sure that every Californian gets 50 cents a gallon off of their gas right now. It would be a huge help to so many who are dealing with these really devastating costs of inflation right now. So we are just asking them to treat this with the same urgency that we're treating other issues as well.
The strategy of having these types of press conferences and then bringing up the floor vote, or essentially worked for the current resolutions and the state of emergency, which was going to have a debate after a similar strategy that you guys took in that respect. Are you hoping that if this fails on the floor today, that maybe there's a different debate down the line?
Well, whatever form it takes, we want this to pass on the floor today. Californians need relief now, but I think that the example you just gave shows that we are winning the public argument. You see people in California are demanding change when it comes to the state of emergency, when it comes to crime, and when it comes to soaring gas prices. So we hope that we are able to deliver immediate results, but I also think that if the legislature refuses to act, if it shows that it's so out of touch that it's not willing to do something about gas prices, then California voters are going to take notice of that.
All right, if no further questions, then thank you all for being here today, and we'd be happy to take some interviews afterwards if you'd like. Thank you.
Nice. Good job, guys. Good job.
Oh, you're fine. Oh, you're great. Yeah, thank you.
I'll just leave the TVU up and then they can roll.
Kill. Good.
we've got back to back here, huh? Amid these devastating Russian attacks hitting Ukrainian civilians, there are growing fears this war could widen beyond Ukraine. It's very staticky. Okay. Oh, sorry. Better? Thanks. Well, Brian and Sarah, amid these devastating Russian attacks on Ukrainian civilians, there are growing fears this war could extend beyond Ukraine. Leaders from both the House and Senate announced Ukrainian President Zelensky will address Congress virtually on Wednesday. A White House source also confirms that President Biden is considering traveling to Europe in the coming weeks. It is. It's weird. And I sound fine. It's cool. It's fine. Hey, how you doing? Yes. I hear you great. Great. Rick and Sarah, perfect. Thank you. Rick, back to Rick. Great. Perfect. Rick and Sarah in these devastating Russian. Hey, Sarah and Rick. Well, amid these devastating Russian attacks hitting Ukrainian civilians, there are growing fears that this war could widen beyond Ukraine. Leaders from the House and Senate announced virtually. Leaders from the House and Senate announced Ukrainian President Zelensky will give a virtual address to Congress on Wednesday, and a White House source also confirms that President Biden is considering a trip to Europe in the coming weeks. Reporting live in Washington, Elizabeth Schulze, Channel 6 Action News. Rick? Thanks so much. Hey, 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3 4 5. Okay. Sandra in and out. Awesome. Amid these devastating Russian attacks hitting Ukrainian television civilians. Amid these devastating Russian attacks hitting Ukrainian civilians, there are growing fears this war could expand beyond Ukraine.
Thank you to our interim civil rights director, Alberta Gillespie. Her and her team with the Civil Rights Department have conducted a full review of the execution and application for no-knock/no-announce warrants over these last 6 months. And that analysis has ultimately gone into the policy that we will be providing to you today in the general direction, anyway, of it. I also want to thank DeRay McKesson and Katie Ryan from Campaign Zero. They have an extensive database that provides information about what jurisdictions from around this country have done with regard to warrant policies. I want to thank our interim chief, Amelia Huffman, who is supportive of this policy and who has helped get it in place. And we're going to be working over the next several weeks to roll out the clear legalities and the definitions that are going to be in the ultimate policy, and then ultimately get the training set up as well. But some of the most important conversations that we have had over this last month have been with the more than 100 community members and leaders, some of them representing larger constituencies. They have provided good feedback and input on the policy that you will see before you, and provided some really good direction as to where we need to go going forward. As with any directional sense of policy, there's not unanimity in terms of what people think. But we wanted to provide a policy, again, that has preservation of life at the forefront and makes some headway towards rebuilding trust between our department and the constituents that we are charged with protecting and serving. So here's where we landed. Today we are announcing a prohibition on both the application for and the execution of no-knock/no-announce search warrants. In other words, going forward, we will neither be applying for no-knock/no-announce search warrants. Again, these two phrases are used interchangeably. We will not be executing the no-knock/no-announce search warrants. That applies for instances when another jurisdiction has requested the search warrant and we would be executing. That applies to instances when we would be applying for the warrant and other jurisdictions would be executing. Just to state it again and very clearly, this is a prohibition on all no-knock/no-announce search warrants, both the application for and execution of. So with this prohibition formally established, there are four main areas of additional policy change that we wanted to see through. The first is a requisite waiting time on knock/announce search warrants, which will still be applied for and conducted. On knock/announce search warrants going forward, there will be a requisite wait time of at least 20 seconds prior to entry. So officers executing a knock and announce warrant would have to knock/announce themselves, continue to announce themselves for a period of at least 20 seconds. It could be longer during the day. During the nighttime, which is established by state law as 8 p.m. to 7 a.m., we will require a minimum of 30 seconds. This is the most forward-thinking policy we believe in the country. And in addition to having this policy set up, as I mentioned earlier, our interim director of civil rights has undergone an analysis. We also want to make that analysis public as well today, and she's going to give you more of a rundown as to how that's going to function shortly here. We've also established a new system of classifying types of entry warrants and some additional layers of approvals for them. Search warrants, the knock and announce type, will still be conducted. However, they will now be divided into 3 key areas. The first is low risk. There'll be a medium risk and a high risk. Low-risk search warrants would happen in instances when an entry might not even be necessary, and certainly a forced entry is likely not necessary, and the expectation of any violence is minimal, if not zero. These are most classically done through a blood draw or a DNA sample. You might also see it in a search warrant for checking emails or Facebook messages, that kind of thing. That is a lower-level entry or risk factor, and could be conducted by officers in general. The second is a medium risk warrant. And those will take place when a forced entry is possible, but even in instances of a forced entry, it is unlikely that the officer will encounter significant danger or firearms, etc. And that could be conducted by regular officers, could also be conducted by individuals with higher training like SWAT. That medium risk will require approval by a commander or above. And then high risk. Under the high risk scenario, it requires either approval of the chief or the chief's designee, being deputy chief or above. Under those scenarios, it will be exclusively conducted or executed by officers that have some higher degree or level of training. Now, in actually carrying these out, in carrying these warrants out, we also wanted to change the methodology associated with it. So we are going to be setting up some safer tactics to entering. Now, what that would look like practically is after the requisite 20 seconds has been met, officers would be able to enter and then hold. So rather than have an active entry, which has been conducted at times in the past where officers continue to enter the premise, officers would then enter the room or the unit. They would then hold. Now, in order to do that in a way that is safe, both for the occupants of the unit or the home as well as the officers, and conduct what is called a call-out, where you are calling individuals out from the home or the unit, there would be some additional resources and enhanced technology that will ultimately be necessary. For instance, the officer that first enters and then holds would have to have likely 80-pound ballistics shield that would protect them and others from any danger that could be associated with entering the unit. Another officer would have to hang what is known as a ballistics blanket, or in some cases, officers will have to hang multiple ballistic blankets. Needless to say, having these additional responsibilities will also require additional personnel to conduct each one of these entries. And again, the goal here is safety. We want to make sure that everybody is safe and we're able to call out individuals from the unit without these active entries as much as possible. Finally, we want some additional civilian review and accountability systems in place. We want to set up a dashboard. And that dashboard could, on a semi-regular basis, be updated to reflect the warrants that have been executed and the forced entries that have been executed, and perhaps some additional information like whether the warrant was conducted during the daytime or the nighttime, and that'll give the public some general information about what we are doing. Now, there are, as always, still limitations as to what we can put on that dashboard, accounting for the fact that much of this data is private, and we don't want to go, we certainly don't want to violate the law in being as transparent as possible. We also want to embed civilians within our police department to making sure that they have regular reviews of how these search warrants are conducted, making sure that they are executed and applied for under the law, and specifically the policy that we've set up through the Minneapolis Police Department. And so, again, there's 4 things that are associated with these search warrants, the knock and announce, to be clear, search warrants that will still be conducted. That's requiring the new wait times, number 1, 20 seconds during the day and 30 seconds during the night. That's a new system of classification, low, medium, and high, with additional approvals that are associated with each. That's the enhanced technology and the safer techniques for entry, which we went through. And then 4 is the civilian review and accountability systems and the dashboard that I just mentioned. So those are the 4 key areas. We can go through those just to make sure we've simplified it as much as possible. And this is complex. No knock / no announce and knock / announce search warrant law under the state is very complex. And so we're trying to be as transparent with all of you as we possibly can in this new policy. And from here, I'll tell you, we're going to keep our foot on the gas. My office is working with the MPD to begin crafting the official policy. Again, today we're giving you the directions that we're going to go. In the coming 2 to 3 weeks, we're going to be working with our legal team to make sure that the actual writing on the page reflects the directions that I am telling you all today. We will give you that policy, that final policy, as soon as it is done, to make sure that you're able to evaluate. And then we'll make sure that officers are trained in completely on the new methodology. And this is really an opportunity to be a leader nationwide on search warrant policy. We want to do this right. And the implementation of this new policy and the added layers of accountability are really critical steps towards rebuilding community trust and then ultimately moving our city forward to true systemic change and reform within our department. And we want to set a tone. And so with that, I first want to give a huge thank you again to our interim director, Alberta Gillespie, who has pulled together her team to make sure that she's got a full analysis of this particular policy and doing the work going forward to make sure that the policy is effectuated properly. I'll call up our interim director, Alberta Gillespie.
Good afternoon, and thank you to the mayor. My comments will be fairly brief because the mayor covered a lot of the things that I think are really important as we consider no-knock warrants. And so I am, as he said, currently the interim director for the Civil Rights Department here in Minneapolis. And the role that we have played in this has really been about the data. And so if you know anything about the Civil Rights Department, we have the Office of Police Conduct and Review, and that division has the ability to conduct special reviews, and we made the decision on February 4th that we would do that. And our primary purpose has been really reviewing the data to make sure that we could provide the mayor and our partners at Campaign Zero with information that would lead to a data-driven policy, a policy that basically would achieve what we want to achieve. And as the mayor said, the most important thing is for us to make sure that we are creating policies that will protect community and the police officers. So we did this detailed review of how effective are the no-knock warrant searches here in Minneapolis. And so we will release our preliminary report today. You'll see in detail what we covered. That's public information. The public will be able to see it and question us about it. But the information, I will say, really does support this policy that the mayor is recommending, this direction that we're following. And so we have been honored to be a part of this process that will make sure that we have policies in place here in Minneapolis that will protect the people again and protect police officers as well. And the mayor has been really receptive to receiving that information because we all want to have data-driven policies. And what's been great is our partners, Campaign Zero, who are going to come up next, have ensured us that the information that we provided is something that is not necessarily available in other states. So we're excited to be on the cutting edge of providing information and data that really does exceed what's done in other states. So without further ado, I'll bring up Campaign Zero, and they can talk a little bit more about that.
Hi, everybody. I'm Duran McKesson of Campaign Zero. Good to be here. Our role was two-part. One is that we wanted to help the mayor's team focus on a policy and develop a policy that both reduced contact between the police and citizens and also saved lives. Those were our two goals in terms of our involvement here. There are a couple things I want to highlight about the proposed policy. The first is that when we looked at policies all across the country, we worked with every single state that has actually restricted the use of no-knock raids. There have been 6 states and the DOJ directive that have restricted the use of no-knock raids. We've also looked at all search warrant laws all across the country. And what is powerful about this proposed policy is that the first thing is that every search warrant will require a waiting time, and that's actually an important thing. There is no other city where every search warrant requires a waiting time right now at the city level. There are 2 states that have a 20-second waiting time for the police. It's in state law for the execution of all search warrants. That's Maryland and Maine. There is no state or city that has 30 seconds. So if the policy that is proposed today becomes the actual policy, Minneapolis will be the only place in the country with a 30-second wait time. You know, we understand this as the floor, not the ceiling. So we're excited to see people look at the policies after today and continue to push the mayor's team and continue to push the council as well. The second is when we look at the 30 to 60 second or the floor of 30 seconds for nighttime, there have been cities that have proposed that in the past but have not been able to get it across the finish line. So again, if Minneapolis actually turns that into policy, that will be the only city or state in the country with even a 30-second wait time or a wait time that is different for daytime and nighttime with a floor of 30 seconds, which is huge. You know, we think that most people cannot get from any part of their house to the door in 30 seconds, which is why that floor is important. The second is that, or the third, is that our review of the Minneapolis policy on the front end before we were engaged at all with the city was that this was a 5.5 out of our rubric, which is out of 15 points. The rubric is public. It's been public. It's at endallnoknocks.org. If this policy becomes, if the proposed policy becomes the actual policy, it will be 11 out of 15. Minneapolis will have done all that it could do at the city level. There are some remaining things like civil asset forfeiture that have to be done at the state level or are not under the sole purview of the mayor. But an 11 out of 15 would be the best policy in the country at the state or the city level. The best today is Maryland, which is a 9.5. Again, the ratings and the rubrics are public on the website. One of the final things is to encourage people to remember that today is the proposed policy, that we are excited to continue working with the council and the mayor's office to make sure that the proposals today become the actual language in the policy, and we're heartened by this. One of the final things, though, is that the data that will be released today is one of a kind. We have never seen a state or a city be able to produce warrant by warrant analysis of any warrant data. The best data that exists right now is from the state of Maryland, and the report there sunsetted in 2014. It'll come back soon, but there is no up-to-date data that we have at the state level or cities anywhere. I'm excited for you to see the analysis that'll be released. Cities across the country should replicate this. It should be live. It should be real time. There's no reason why other cities should not follow this model, so we can hold police accountable and so that citizens understand what's happening in community. And we are excited to see it come to fruition. I'll pass it over to Katie to close us out.
Hi, everyone. My name is Katie Ryan with Campaign Zero. I wanted to provide a little bit more additional context for how exactly we landed on the recommendations in the proposed policy. The first is that we lean really heavily on some academic research by Dr. Pete Kraska, professor at Eastern Kentucky University, who is also the nation's leading scholar on no-knock search warrants. We also examined the really robust set of data that was produced from the mayor's office, which again was a close examination of both unannounced entries, no-knock search warrants, and knock-and-announce search warrants that came out of the MPD. We took all of this information and we also conducted an analysis of the current state statutes for search warrants as well as the current MPD policy to see where there were gaps, where there were opportunities, and where certain holes need to be closed in order to ensure that we have the most robust search warrant policy possible. That's how we landed on the recommendations for the 20-second wait time. It's also, the data pointed to a really clear need to ensure that there are a lot of restrictions on the execution of nighttime search warrants. And the data also pointed to a really clear need to make sure that there was just much more transparency around search warrant data, and that that data would be made available to the public, both for oversight, review, analysis, and so that we can continue to make sure that the police department and all law enforcement are operating as close to the principles and policy as possible. We are really excited to continue this collaboration. We are really hopeful that we'll be able to get, again, this groundbreaking policy across the finish line, and are looking forward to seeing the model that Minneapolis sets for other cities to fall in line. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie and DeRay and Interim Director. And also a big thank you to Council Member Vitar, Chair of the Public Safety Committee at the City Council. And with that, we'll open it up to any questions you might have.
Can you talk about like a hostage type of situation where, you know, waiting 20 or 30 seconds could potentially endanger lives? Would that sort of thing be exempt?
So it's a good question, and to use DeRay's line, we really should ban the word ban. Because there are exceptions under very dangerous situations, like, for instance, a hostage situation that you just mentioned, where officers could enter without a search warrant at all. So to be clear, an officer could be walking or driving down the street, encounter something that it could be extremely dangerous, whether it's a severe domestic violence situation or a hostage situation, as you just mentioned. I'm sure there are a number of other instances as well where they will just need to enter the premise, yes, without knocking and not announcing. That continues to be an exception in every single jurisdiction, including in Minneapolis.
So that's a state law. That's not like an exception written into your policy.
The question was if that's in state law rather than an exception written into our policy. The state law defines exigent circumstances. Our policy, we hope, will further curtail to make it so that things like the destruction of drugs or flushing drugs down the toilet is not an exigent circumstance that would allow for entry prior to the 20-second minimum.
So your policy goes further than the current moratorium, basically?
Correct, yes. So the current moratorium applies to specifically no-knock/no-announce search warrants. This policy would, in addition to prohibiting no-knock/no-announce search warrants, it would also require the 20-second wait time ahead. Now, again, there are exigent circumstances that could take place. We need to acknowledge that transparently. And part of this is it explains the complexity of these particular laws and explaining them. They are indeed very complex.
Mayor, could you talk about a time frame for this to be implemented? And you talked about the buy-in from the police department on this. The interim chief's not here. There's no one else from the police department here. Could you talk about your steps to sell this going forward?
Sure. So there was a question about the timeline as to getting this set up, as well as the additional steps that we need to be taking going forward, and the interim chief's position as well. So first, the interim chief is very supportive. She's been very helpful, as has her staff, in ultimately getting this policy set up. Is there unanimity around a requisite 20-second wait? Of course there's not. I've heard from people that wanted to see longer than 20 seconds during the day. I've heard from people that wanted shorter than 20 seconds or no wait time at all. And I think that is just a dynamic of wanting to see some urgency attached to our policymaking, and simultaneously people have divergence of opinion, and that'll always be the case. As far as the timeline goes, we hope to have this so this is the direction. What you have heard today is the direction that we are going to take this policy, period. That direction will be put in writing and crossed through legal just to make sure that the policy and the verbiage that we ultimately have on the paper reflects the direction that I'm giving you today. We imagine that should take 2 or 3 weeks. Additionally, we want to work vigorously and urgently to get the training system set up, because there is a slight difference in the training. There is a significant difference in the training itself on these particular search warrants.
So we're looking later this summer?
No, much sooner than that. So the question was, we looking later this summer? No. I don't want to give you an exact date here, but we're looking at having the policy formalized within the next 2 to 3 weeks. So we're talking weeks, not months. The training then shortly thereafter. I can get you an update as to what that should take, but I think we can start moving on the training even before the full policy is set.
How did you arrive on 20 and 30 seconds?
So there are a number of different jurisdictions through the country that have implemented some time. As Mr. DeRay McKesson mentioned, there are 2 states that presently have a 20-second minimum requirement. Those are Maine and Maryland. And there were no other municipalities or states with a longer wait time. We felt strongly that we wanted some period of time, certainly during the day. We felt like we wanted a longer period of time during the night, simply because people need the ability to get their wherewithal. And the whole intent, the purpose here is to give people who are trying to comply, people who are trying to do the right thing, giving them the ability to, again, get their wherewithal, answer the call if possible, and to make sure that officers are then entering into a situation where an individual is well informed about who is entering the place. Additionally, I didn't mention this. Now, this was already an MPD practice, but we wanted to formalize it in writing. Officers will also be required to be in uniform and or have a clear designation that they are, in fact, police if for instance, they're wearing armor. It should just say police clearly.
There haven't been any no-knock/no-announce warrants executed since the moratorium, correct?
Correct.
So it's almost like you kind of have a small sample size already. It's a very short time. But since then, you kind of have like this policy in practice, essentially. Have you found that that's at all hampered the police department, or how have they responded to the moratorium? Are they still able to do their work?
Yeah, I would direct that. So the question was, has the moratorium in any way hampered the policy in the immediacy? I'll tell you, it has of course hampered things in the immediacy, but that does not mean at all in any way, shape, or form that it will hamper our ability to conduct search warrants once everything is up and moving. It's probably a question that's best asked to police themselves, and no, they're not in here presently.
Can you speak more to who was involved in the proposal process? Did it come across the work group that you convened to make recommendations on public safety?
Good question. So the question was, can I speak to who has been involved in the process of setting up this general policy direction? A ton of people. So first, we've briefed council members on the topic. Second, we've reached out to a number of different external partners, including Campaign Zero and DeRay McKesson and Katie Ryan, as well as St. Thomas University. We've talked with a number of different law enforcement entities as well. Internally, we've talked with our MPD, discussed with a number of policy experts, and of course, our interim director of civil rights and her team have been running the analysis that also helped inform the policy itself. And finally, we've talked to over 100 people, many of whom are representing much larger entities, like, for instance, a portion of the American Indian community. We've had representatives, that would just be one example, that could offer feedback on the directional sense generally of the policy and where we need to go from here. Again, there has not been unanimity of perspective, and that's always going to be the case. Some ask for longer, some ask for shorter. But they all have helped ultimately inform the policy direction that you've seen before you.
And was this discussed by the public safety work group?
I'm sorry. Yes, it was. So the final question was it discussed by the public safety work group? Myself, as well as Mr. McKesson and Ms. Ryan, we presented to the public safety work group. Yes.
What will oversight look like once this policy goes into place? Will somebody be like reviewing body camera footage after each warrant's executed? Like, how will it be made sure that the police are following this process?
Yeah, so to make it really easy for you, it's a prohibition on no knock / no announce warrants, both the execution of and the application for. But then in carrying out knock and announce, there are 4 key areas that you all want to focus on. I'm trying to make it easy for the news to set it up here. There's the required wait times, which we've discussed. There's the new system of classification, which would be low risk, medium risk, and high risk. There's the safer entry tactics, including the enhanced technology that we're going to be using. And then there's the civilian review internally at the MPD, as well as the additional accountability practices. So we will have, the plan is to have some civilians in the Minneapolis Police Department that are able to regularly review the footage of forced entries after they take place, and recommend and any changes that need to be made based on either the training or even potentially the policy. And additionally, we'll continue to have a complaint-based system that's set up through our Office of Police Conduct Review in the Department of Civil Rights. That'll continue to be there. And of course, audit. So and the dashboard, finally. We're also setting up a dashboard to make sure that people can transparently see what we've done.
Does this designate a certain officer to make the announcement of police and search warrant? Because in that video where they entered the apartment where Amir Locke was staying, they were all yelling police and search warrant, not simultaneously. And particularly if you're somebody who's half asleep, you might not realize what they're saying. Is there any designated way to communicate what's happening?
So the question was any designated way to communicate what exactly is happening in terms of the announcement prior to entry. That's going to be something that we're going to work through as a practice and in the training. I think you're right to ask about what is the best way of doing it, and I'm not an expert in the best way, particularly to announce, and we're going to make sure that that's involved in the practice and training going forward.
We got time for one more. You had talked about the ballistic language, the shield as they go in. Is that going into your decision making? Was there concern for officer safety, waiting outside for this 20, 30 seconds, even in high-risk situations?
So the question was whether there's a concern for officer safety in waiting outside for those requisite 20 seconds prior to entry. The answer is, of course, that was a concern, and that went into the methodology and the policy that we want to set up. I mean, look, I have a lot of respect for police officers that are willing to go into these very dangerous situations. We need to make sure that they're protected, that they can get home to their families, and the goal of this policy was not just to make sure that people within the respective unit felt safer and are safer. We also want to make police officers safer. And so part of that is, yes, making sure that they have the necessary safety tools, whether that's the ballistic shield or the ballistic blanket, set up. They know how to use them, and that they are safe as well. So absolutely, that was a concern, and that was part of why we've set up this policy the way we have.
Real briefly, can you comment on the appeals court decision today? The appeals court decision today about police staffing?
Oh, so the question was about the appeals court today with appeals court decision with regard to staffing, which is my understanding they reversed. I have not read the decision yet. I just briefly heard about it, but what I'll tell you, it doesn't impact anything that we are doing as far as pushing for additional officers and accounting for some of the attrition that we've seen over these last 2 years. So no, our strategy remains the same regardless.
All right, thank you very much, everybody.
Yeah, thank you, everyone.
Who wants a copy of the press release have it?
Read it.